Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right, folks, that's it. That's it for our Amabiano set for today. Happy Tuesday. Wow, first time going. Not that I'm complaining. For once in my life, I'm grateful that the time is going by pretty quickly. Not gonna lie. Oh boy, is that good or bad? I don't know. Not quite sure. All right, it is Tuesday, May 6, 2025. Thank you for joining me for Coffee and Tow, where it's on the go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Joe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JandoRadio.com for non-stop party vibe station. And MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're live on TikTok starting at 9:15 a.m. and then we go live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Please do not forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Why not show it bad face? Welcome to the studio audience, as always, courtesy of the Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com. That's LAURMEL, lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And also brought to you in part by Grand Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products if you shop today and use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout on www.grandcoffeehouse.com. I need to talk to Tasha. Tasha is family, right? She's a part of the Coffee and Tow family. But I need to have a word with Tasha because I think Tasha will be on me with our Lormel Skin Food product. But we'll get into that in just a moment. Let me do a quick check-in with everybody. Rasola, how you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you. Happy Tuesday to everyone. You're glowing beautifully, though. Lord have mercy.
LormelSkinFood.com.
Lormel. Yes. But I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Happy May. Happy Taurus season.
Here she goes.
Yes.
Here she goes. Oh my gosh. Okay. Happy Taurus season. Yes, we're celebrating some birthdays this month.
Yep. No, I'm just joking. But good morning, everyone. Yes, you look beautiful.
Thank you. I feel good.
You feel good? Walk
good.
Worked?
Yes, I feel good.
Rest out? You know, I just got in the shower after all that walking. I just went in the shower. I couldn't move. I couldn't move.
I feel good. No regrets.
Yeah, I feel good too. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I love that we started it. I mean, because I was walking, but I was walking by myself. So it's nice to have the conversation and the company and just, start your morning off right with your family. Yeah. All right. We're getting ready to go pick up the college students, one of them.
Be careful.
I will. I will.
And as always, grateful to have you here with us, as always, right? All right. Jah Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning, all. Good morning, Adesoji.
Good morning, Javed. How are you doing?
I'm a. Wait. Let me give him his dose of chocolate. Hold on a second.
Let me behave myself this morning.
Wait, I'm gonna give him his dose of chocolate, and then I'm gonna say, "Good morning, Adesoji."
Good morning, Javed. How are you doing?
Was your chocolate sweet enough this morning, Adesoji?
Very much so. Thank you very much.
Okay.
You know, keep talking. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta run for something real quick. I just remember. No, seriously, I have to run for something real quick. I'm gonna be right back. So Unaguanta, because
Okay. Good morning again, Miss Taurus season. Miss Happy birthday, birthday month until the 20th. I think I'm gonna take it back. I think I may just let you go to the 20th. I don't know.
Of what? Of June?
Of May.
Oh gosh, thank you. Morning, Adesoji. Adesoji, your voice sounding sexy today. Is that for job?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
The sexy is for me.
The sexy is for you. Yes, I see.
Me.
I hear.
I'm going to accept it. I'm under a tornado watch, guys. So if I disappear for a minute, I'll be back.
All right, be safe. Be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, be safe. Be safe.
Yeah. So, but
morning, Alexia.
Good morning, Alexia. Good morning, Ivy.
Or we should say buenos dias.
Oh, yeah. Buenos dias.
Hola. Hola.
Buenos.
¿Cómo estás?
Look here, I'm not playing with you. Look here, listen, it's too early.
That's one of the easiest ones, man.
I know. Okay.
So, ¿cómo estás?
Morning, Ozzy. What'd she go for?
See, Ozzy said practice. She turned the mic off.
Mute the mic.
Oh my God. Muy bien. That's what you say. Muy bien.
Yeah,
Very good.
good. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
It's not that. It's just the brain didn't wake up yet.
Okay.
When you get in age, you know, the brain takes a while.
You telling about age? We're all older than you. What are you talking about?
For real though, right?
Come on now.
I'm older than everybody on this team. Okay, stop. I'm sorry, my phone keep giving me those tornado warnings.
Good.
You know what? There's no such thing as global warming, so
that part.
It just is what it is.
Yes. But every time I hear of a storm because of where I work now, I cringe.
Adesoji. Not Adesoji. Ozzy. Adesoji's voice is just for me. Okay? So no, she would not wake up from his voice. I'm just letting you know. That's just for me.
Ozzy, you see, you're nearly getting a problem right now. So
okay.
That is an unspoken rule, or should I say unspoken rule.
Ozzy, did you realize when he said good morning to me, his voice changed? It's morning, good morning, good morning. When he's speaking to Javed, it's good morning, Javed. Don't you see? So Ozzy, you should know that already. Don't get yourself in trouble, brother. Please don't.
Oui, senor. Okay? Don't get in no problema. Problemo or problema.
See, my love. Yeah, sir, that's stepping into a minefield, literally. So it's Tasha awake? I don't know if Tasha is awake. But I need to ask Tasha why she over me. Because all right, so this is what I use in my hair. Like y'all can see that. L'Oreal Skin Food. See, it's almost done.
Okay.
That's my hair.
I use it too. I use it in my lot.
This I also use in my hair. It is the Jamaican castor oil. But for the past week, I've been using it on my face at night. And when I wake up in the morning, my face feel like not even a baby bottom sops. And it has, you see this natural glow.
Oh, that was me thinking the glow was attributed to something else. Don't mind me.
This is it, other soldier. This is it right here. This. See, buckle almost done. Okay. Then what
If
you're
that's where
seeing,
you're going,
what you're seeing here now is this one. I'm wearing the chocolate scented body oil. L'Oreal Skin Food again.
Chocolate.
yes.
And then
I'm saving that one for you, Adesoji, when we meet. I'm saving that one for you.
God have mercy.
I'm so looking forward to it.
and because I have eczema, I use the oatmeal turmeric soap. This is a new one.
And I use that just to use it.
Yeah, so but I need to talk to Tasha because my bathroom, and then Marlon has his set of stuff. My bathroom look like a showroom for L'Oreal Skin Food. I think somebody needs to I think I have a problem. I'm gonna go ahead and be honest. I do have a problem. I order and I keep ordering and I keep ordering. So I need to get a grip.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem for Tasha.
Very much so. Very much so.
I need to exercise self-control. No, but the things that we were talking about it this morning, right? It is
Yes.
products are good. It's not, I mean, it's not because we know Tasha for real no, on a serious note. See me up my sweat, take off my glasses. But the products are really that good. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, right?
Let me come back and add to that. I'm allergic to everything on this earth, guys. And I've never had any allergic reaction to anything that I've used for Tasha. So I'm going to use myself. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the product speak for itself. That's all I can say. They speak for itself. And I'm so grateful to have found the products. I'm here trying to fix this ring light, so forgive me. I'm grateful to have found our products. I can stay away from the chemicals, you know, those store-bought products, you know. Even when them say them organic, they're not truly organic. Because when you read the label, you see these words you can't pronounce. Yeah. All right, folks. Well, Adesoji, tonight is your show, not tomorrow. What's up?
Yeah, tonight, Sister Aya's daughter is graduating from Howard tomorrow night.
She has a
Yeah.
daughter that
Yeah, she has an older son.
she looked like she should be in college herself.
Howard University grad. Yes.
So we'll be doing it tonight instead of tomorrow night.
Tomorrow? Okay. All right. Looking forward. Who we talking about tonight?
We're talking about Winnie Matsivikela Mandela. Yes.
What time? Come on, talk to the people that let them know what,
Oh,
what
sorry.
time when them can
Yes.
find you. What do you?
7 p.m. 7
John,
p.m.
do me a favor. Leave the space for a minute just so that Adesoji can focus.
No, she shut off our camera. He should be okay now. I think.
Okay.
Okay, so
Focus.
let me put my glasses on. Okay, yes. So it's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's on Adesoji Speaks Knowledge YouTube.
Thank you. Lord have mercy. We can't believe me have to draw that out to yourself.
You see how strong chocolate is? You can see me without his glasses.
I'm done. Alexia, how you doing? How you
I have
doing?
a secret, you know. So.
Behave yourself. Alexia, how you doing this morning? You're doing your homework, I hope. You're getting your homework done. She's not going to come off mic.
She said her brain hasn't woken up yet.
All right, whatever she said, we'll work with that. If I that she said, that she said.
Or it could be
I'm here.
It could be a tall Spanish brother. Oh, she's giggling. So,
Listen. And it just make me wake up. You said me wake up. We can talk. Make me wake up. Yes.
Real quick before I forget, let me try this again. I don't know, somebody can send a message to nationwideradiojm.com, let them know their website is down. And there are some stories that I had pinned, but I can't access these stories because their website is down. Nationwideradiojm.com. I'm not sure. Nationwide Radio, if you're doing some maintenance, but right now I'm getting an error message. Oh, I wonder if they put tariff on the website, then wanna come out of the US.
I mean, he's doing it with the movies, so he might as well do it with the radio stations too, right?
You know, just don't mind. You know, I'm here sending out a message to Nationwide Radio, and the problem could very well be here in the US because we put in tariffs on movies, international movies. When people are over Hollywood, you can't force people to just focus on what's made in the US. And the truth of the matter is that many of the movies that are made in Hollywood are, even though they are American movies, they're also shot. Is that the right word to use? They have to film them. You have to be so careful with the verbiage, right? They also film them in other locations because the backdrop just does not exist here in the States.
Exactly. Mission Impossible is one.
Thank you. Golden Eye. The entire
Any James Bond movie. Any James Bond movie.
Yes.
Every single one of them.
007. How do you like a martini? Shaken, not stirred, please.
Come on now. My favorite guy, James Bond.
I mean, so make this. So, in other words, you know, at this point, I'm confused. I don't know. Are we going to tariff the clouds as the wind blows them from country to country?
Soon he will. Especially because where they come from, where we get it here in Houston, they come from Africa. We get this African dust.
We put a tariff on that too.
We're gonna put a tariff on that soon too. And then when the cold weather come down from Canada, he's gonna tariff them for that too. Oh, Ozzy, you funny.
So like my own for tariff then because now you have some bond.
Only the good one then. Go get tariff. Only the good ones.
I mean, I don't know. I need to. At this point, I'm utterly confused as to what's really going on. You know, I don't know. We're tariffing the life out of everything. We're slowly becoming NK. It feels even people are saying we are leaps and bounds ahead of NK at this point. Oh Jesus, I'm tired. I'm tired. But when I heard this one, I was like, the movie? Oh, but this is another one. Let me see if I can play this one. Hold on. Let me see.
Prohibited from driving. Cars over 10 years old will be hunted down. A controversial.
So if you have a car that is more than 10 years old, that may be a problem too.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. I'm gonna just be quiet.
So what about the guys with the buggy in Utah?
Hey, my car is 10 years old and it's in great working condition. What am I supposed to do with it? Because Dum Dum says something now, I have to go purchase another vehicle? That makes no sense.
Maxine is 11 years old. She'll be very sensitive to hear that.
Music, you know something, Ozzy, don't be surprised if music gets tariffs, but the truth is, you know what, let me hold my tongue right there. But this don't happen.
What they've done is other nations have been stealing the movie making capabilities from the United States.
So how are other countries stealing the movie making abilities? You know, hold on, let me play the rest of it.
To a couple of people, what do you think? I've done some very strong research over the last week, and we're making very few movies now. Hollywood is being destroyed. Now, you have an incompetent, grossly incompetent governor that allowed that to happen. So I'm not just blaming other nations, but other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry. And I'm saying, if they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, and we should have a tariff on movies that come in. And not only that, governments are actually giving big money. I mean, they're supporting them financially. So that's sort of a threat to our country in a sense. And it's been a very popular thing. I can tell you one thing, movie makers love it.
That may be a great thing for Tyler Perry because he has an entire studio. So Hollywood can come to Georgia. How again, the words that he uses to describe certain things are just asked backwards. Another country stole our movie making. How did they do that? Did anyone ask that question? How did they do that? See, I couldn't be a correspondent because I would ask questions like that.
Shirley said we gave them everything. Versus, as he said, they took all of the ideas and the cameras.
When you pose that question, you will just say, yeah, that's why your organization is rubbish. You're a nasty, nasty reporter. You're a nasty. Next question.
Okay, next.
Let me give you some examples.
Sorry, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
And I would ask him to spell nasty.
Let me give you some examples. These are actual examples. So you're saying the prices that are going down, some prices are going up. Tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariff.
That's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir, you campaigned on a promise to bring prices down on day.
Well, I don't know. When
one.
You say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing? I'm saying that gasoline is going down. Gasoline is thousands of times more important than a stroller or something.
But what do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief right now?
And they're getting it.
Right now? What about those
even mortgage rates?
different items I just
mortgage rates are going down despite the fact that we have a stubborn Fed.
But you said even dolls could cost a couple bucks more.
Maybe they might, but you don't need to have, as I said, $35. You can have 2, 3, 4 and save a lot of money. We don't need to feed the beast.
Let me give you.
Shelley, I want to say welcome to the stage. Thank you for following us here on Coffee and Go. I must let you know we are live on internet radio, live on YouTube, as well as here on TikTok. I see your mic open, so please go right ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. I see your shirt, Jamaican girl. Hello. Yes, ma'am. I love politics. My father, ever since I can remember, was always talking about politics, and I never stopped. So I have some very interesting dynamics for where we are today. And the very first one is, I never voted for Trump, but I'm glad he is in power now. It may sound funny. I think America has been in an illusion for a long time.
Okay.
And I think one of the things that Donald Trump has done is wash the windows so we can see where we really are. Mm-hmm. Of course, he should never have been president, but if Kamala had won, Kamala, forgive me if I butcher her name.
Okay, don't worry, go ahead.
If she had won, she would have gone with the status quo, and people would have still wanted something different. You ever have a feeling yet where you know there's something wrong, but you can't put your finger on it? This is what this country have been giving for a long time. Something is off. But Donald Trump washed the windows. So we can see that we have been allowing people to do all the work that we should have been done. We have been turning around money with less production. And that is one of the things that he has said that is totally correct. But this is not the way you fix it. I live in Florida.
Okay.
And do you know that Florida is supposed to be the orange capital of the United States? And over the past 20 years, Florida has lost 90% of the orange production. It almost coming like they not produce nothing, because 90%, come on now. But we sit and we order stuff from the peasants every day. I mean, I don't see them as that. I'm just,
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Can we joke about it here?
So all I'm saying is, it is true, because they do say a broken clock is right twice a day, you know. So it is true that America have given China the it's all about demand and supply, and they have been demanding, and China is supplying, and everybody is on the Forbes 500 billion dollar list because they have been ordering cheap stuff from China, and now the bucket drop out and everybody are look around like them don't know what go on. I mean,
oh gosh, I'm in Florida too, Shelley. I'm in Florida too.
Okay.
And some of the farmland pretty much runs in my backyard, literally.
Mm-hmm.
And I see it out there. And when you talk about the orange industry, do you know that we used to export orange juice to the Middle East?
There you go.
We used to, and I know that because my husband used to haul from Plant City to the ports in Miami and Fort Lauderdale. So I know that firsthand. That has gone down.
Yeah.
Significantly gone down. We are now importing orange juice into Florida.
Shame. And then you're going to talk about tariff is going to fix this? No. I mean, when I moved to the United States and I look at a lot of policies in America, I realized that little bit of that Jamaica have been doing way better than them in so many respects. Because if this had happened to Jamaica, the Ministry of Health would have to be sitting front and center to say, if we cannot plant oranges in Plant City, can we go to Fort Myers? Can we take the production to Fort Myers? But you're not gonna say, oh, you know, a disease wipe out the crop. Bring in your agricultural people. That's why you send them go to school for. Or you could bring it in cheaper. There's always the option.
Our government don't care about that. We are more concerned about having university security become ICE agents.
Yeah, so they really get what they have been, the hand that they have been playing for years. This is not a Donald Trump thing. This is a capitalist thing. Capitalism is the word.
It's been a long time in the making. And, you know, we have had the conversation here several times that what is happening now had to happen for the world to see exactly who we are as a country, as a nation, for us to see ourselves finally for who we really are, you know? And then when you talk, so many things to say, but listen to this one.
Governor Ron DeSantis has sent a proposal to the Department of Homeland Security, seeing if he can deputize Florida National Guardsmen to the occupation of immigration judge. Not sure how that's going to work out bureaucratically when immigration judges belong under the guise of the Department of Justice, Executive Office of Immigration Review, while the Florida National Guardsmen belong to the Florida Department of Military Affairs. Putting all that to the side, shouldn't an immigration judge have immigration law experience? It's definitely telling of the governor's intentions when his only objective is to just put a title to people who are not qualified for the position so that they can seamlessly sign paperwork to expeditiously deport immigrants and then turn around and say, well, they got their due process because they were in front of an immigration judge. We'll keep you guys updated once we hear back from the Department of Homeland Security's response on whether they would even entertain or implement this idea. Governor.
So here's what I don't understand. So Ron DeSantis, he has a law degree. He went to Harvard Law School. He graduated in 2005. He went to the Naval Justice School, and he also went to Yale University. So he is okay after having garnered all that education, having gone through the rigorous curriculum to become a lawyer. He's okay with just arbitrarily making a guardsman become an immigration judge. I think that's a slap in the face. I think that's an insult to all immigration attorneys, to all immigration judges. You're telling them that, you know, you quite frankly, you wasted your time.
Basically, they have their priorities in the wrong direction. They have a problem and them don't know how to solve it. Them have all of them priorities like it's pitiful looking at them. The only sad thing is we are all going to pay for all this, the things that they're doing.
Pay we must, pay we shall, and I can only hope that this will get through quickly. Thank you so much for your comments, Shelley. All right, folks. Oh, I have to tell you all this one. According to the Daily Mail, Shelley, mute your mic for me, please. So I don't have the feedback going out to the internet radio. All right, so I have to give you all this one. So according to the Daily Mail, NASA has confirmed that China's Three Gorges Dam has slowed the Earth's rotation, increasing the length of a day by 0.06 microseconds. Dr. Benjamin Fang of NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center says the shift is due to the enormous volume of water, about 10 trillion gallons stored in the dam's reservoir, located 175 meters above sea level. By redistributing this mass, the dam has subtly altered Earth's moment of inertia. I'm sorry, folks. Similar to how a spinning figure skater slows down when extending their arms. While the effect is incredibly small, adding just over 3 extra days across the age of the universe, it's a striking example of how human engineering can influence the planet's rotation. Anybody else felt the effects? Anybody else felt like we were slowing down? I told you, you're laughing. Ja, go ahead, Ja.
We're all laughing. So China just got extra water from somewhere just so they can slow down the planet's rotation. Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Adesoji.
No, I laugh because of all the pressing things in the United States at the moment. It's a dam that they're preoccupied with. That's why I laugh. But I mean, some people like the look of water. So hey, each to his own.
I mean, I have an issue with that. Why are we slowing down time, China? I mean, good gosh, we blame China for everything, no? Oh.
Okay. That's the thing. Until the orange clown goes near a helicopter, he doesn't have a brainwave of banning movies from out. Who knows what he's gonna ban next? It might just be.
Talking about helicopters, you see what happened up there in New Jersey, Newark, shortage of FAA personnel. you saw the news on that one?
But he fired everybody. So is that a duh? I mean, like, duh.
It's one of the reasons why some of us a bit, how can I say it? We prefer the way Heathrow works. We know there's a plane landing every 5 minutes in Heathrow, and half of the planes, all of those planes will turn around, take off, and go wherever they came back from. We can't say the same for United States at the moment. So, we're sorry, but we're not going to be flying there soon. I'm sorry. Yeah.
This morning when I was out walking, there was a plane. I think I've told you all the planes fly directly overhead. When they're coming into land, they they fly over us and turn. And one was really low this morning. I was like, hold on, I could literally read the letters on the plane without worrying.
Maybe it's for the person standing it doing the air traffic controller. Could you come lower, please, guys?
I just find it very I don't know if I should be laughing or crying. I don't know. But let's listen to this next video and just have a laugh for a moment.
It's not just happening in Mexico. It's also happening in Costa Rica. He lives in Costa Rica and he was trying to access the beach, except the Americans that have moved in and bought property off the coast of Costa Rica have put up fences. You see right there, it's a fence and it doesn't allow the locals to have access to the beach. He went and called the local police, and the owner of the house said to him, well, you were ugly about it. You were not nice, and that's why we didn't let you go through. But what they don't understand is that you cannot block access. You have to allow access to everyone. All the locals have to be able to have access to the beach. It's public state property. And she wants him to ask nicely. She even said, I should even be charging you to go through. And honestly, this is an ongoing problem in Latin America. And the local communities are fed up. To think that if they don't like your attitude, they won't let you go through public beaches. And then they put up fences as if to block anyone. All the Costarricenses that live in the area, y'all go somewhere else. I bought this property, but I don't want anything to do with y'all. Listen, there's nothing wrong with you going to Latin America and buy property, but you kind of have to like the people that live there. Respect these communities that have been there before you. Just because you're a property owner doesn't mean you can ignore the laws. And if you don't want the locals around you, this may not be the place to live. You might want to come back to Kansas.
These Americans are something else. The entitlement. They go, remember the story? They go to Mexico where the one woman, she moved to Mexico, purchased a house next to a restaurant. At said restaurant, they constantly have, their gatherings and the music, and people are in the street dancing. And she wants them to lock down the restaurant. Lady, pack up your things and go back to America. Vacate the people them country. There was another one where the woman is in Mexico telling the people them need to speak English. Mira, mami, pack your stuff and go back to the United States of America. You cannot go into the people them country and tell them that them need to learn to speak English. Who the hell are you? It would be like you coming into Jamaica and telling me, speaking patois, said me need to speak English. Pack up the things and go on your yard. This entitlement and this air that you have about you is sickening and it's poisoning. Why would you go to a country that you're not willing to embrace? By the way, why you run from the US? Why did you leave the US? How about we ask you that question? What made you pack up and leave the United States of America, the greatest country on earth, go to another country, which is a third world country, and set up shop? What was your reason?
But moments, unfortunately, that's the same ideology they have here in the United States when immigrants come. They don't want to hear us speaking Spanish. They don't want to hear us speaking French, Chinese. You're in the US, so speak the way we speak. And I don't know. I've always had a problem with that, right? I do feel that they may need to acclimate themselves a little bit, but I don't feel like they need to get rid of their culture. And I'm only saying that because I unfortunately don't speak any patois because how I was treated here growing up.
But you're going to next person country, Jack. So now you go to Costa. Go ahead, Adesoji. Go ahead.
No, finish your thought.
No, you go to Costa Rica. You purchase property and then have the nerve to tell the man, say you should be charging him to access the beach. But anyway, go ahead, Adesoji.
Well, what happened to the maxim, when in Rome, behave like Romans? Oh, okay, that only appears when you come to the Northern Hemisphere. Well, newsflash. I would have, if I was local to that area, I would have taken down the fence.
And it's not just there, it's all across the Caribbean.
Yeah, but then the thing is, if you allow it for one, then you're going to allow it for everyone. If you start taking down the fences, you're going to replace the fence, we'll take down the fence again, you replace it. Eventually, you're going to have to realize the beach is not part of your home. You didn't buy the ocean. You didn't buy access to the ocean. You bought a piece of land, and that piece of land does not extend as far. It's even international law. Your right of property doesn't extend a certain level of nautical miles to the sea. It doesn't. So this notion that because you bought in inverted commas, a beachfront apartment means you own the beach. It doesn't. It doesn't. And the high time that people start, taking some hammers to those fences, when you do it once or twice and it's a lost cause, then you give it up. Then you leave, as the locals leave. You can't go to be part of a society and then be an island unto yourself. What are you doing? You might as well not be here. Go on.
No, but real quick before I forget, Adesoji. So Shelley put in the chat. So I agree that you should try to speak English in America. Here's the thing, Shelley. English was never the official language of the United States of America until when he signed it. He did an executive order a couple of weeks ago. It was not the official language. If you want to talk about official language, then we're going to have to learn the language of the indigenous. You know what I mean? But it was just taken for granted. But America never had English as its official language.
Mm-hmm. No, and funny you should mention that. Yeah, he can sign all the executive orders he wants, but technically they're not laws, they're just orders. If it's challenging court, then that is the status quo would stand, which is it's always been English and Spanish. So now, there is no official language in the United States. Canada on the top is the only one with official language in, Mexico has Spanish, sorry. The top where they have French and English language, but in the United States, it's always been Spanish and English.
And if we roll back the hands of time, it would be Spanish, right? Considering that the history.
Yeah, it will be, it will not necessarily be Spanish because Spanish is another import. It will have been one of the local languages. What's it called? There's a language they used to speak. The name escapes me now. But, so it will have been because, again, Spanish is a colonizer's language. It's an imperial language. English is also an imperial language. So we are now championing said language. We're actually we're underscoring, we're helping to embed in the foundation a colonial language. So no, it's not. It's not. You know, and with regards to this story in particular, the thing that irks me the most is the fact that you even had the temerity to say, if you asked nicely, nicely, in a place you bought a property on, that you can lose that property by the stroke of a pen, you're asking me if I speak nicely. Oh, okay. Bring that down.
Go ahead, Ozzy. Thank you, Addison. Go ahead, Ozzy.
Whew. All right, I have a couple of things to say. Yeah, I think first of all, one of the reasons why there was never established an official language is because of the same dialogue that we're having right now, right? The 13 colonies existed because they were settlements of different groups. So, for example, a large part of New York was established by the Dutch. Hence, you have names like Harlem, which is a reflection of Harlem in the Netherlands, you know, for example. Now, the next thing I will say is the entitlement angers me so much. And again, being from the Caribbean, we see it. People want to build beachfront properties. Sometimes the government allow it and they shouldn't, but the locals should always have access to these beaches. And we've had situations like that in the Virgin Islands where people have tried to build fences, put rocks, big rocks in a way so that it limits access. And of course, the people have moved them, come with heavy machinery to move all that. But again, it's this lack of respect for a culture that already exists. And there's ethical tourism and there's a different type of tourism in which some people literally come to a different country and say, where's the Starbucks? What? Or literally come to a country and say, okay, so why don't more people speak English? What? So you guys don't do this? And it shows how limited in appreciation, knowledge, history, all of it that some people have. And again, until the government stops making allowances, big or small, for some of these things, then it will continue. You have to draw the line somewhere, because the subconscious thinking is a lot of these people really don't think that we deserve to have what we have. I yield.
You're absolutely right. Thank you for that, Ozzy. Niece put in the chat, cultural ignorance under the guise of privilege. Would you agree?
Hell yeah.
No, not necessarily. Okay, so they're not ignorant. They know what it is you are. Or it's what I said. It's this idea that they can't come to terms with you having something. They've no that imperial mindset. If you watch the movement of any European, anywhere they go, I don't care how educated they are, you will see those imperial instincts, those colonizing instincts, with the way they move. When they ask for something, it's not with courtesy. It's a sense of entitlement. It's a
demand.
Yeah, exactly. So it's an expectation that you have to cater to all my whim. You understand? So if you say you go to a place like, let me give you an example, the most exotic places they love to go to, Maldives. The way the apartments are built on stilts and Yeah, that's how the locals live. But the locals don't live with mosquito nets, with beds on stuff like that. They live a different. So if you really want to live the way the Maldives live, you go and embed yourself with them. But they want this part of their world, and then you have to cater to them. You have to, like, oh God, it's so cringeworthy just watching it sometimes. And they will say, oh, we feed into your tourism. No, you don't. You're looking for that excuse to feel an element of superiority. And the worst part is this: people like us who have means also buy into that mindset. Yeah, I mean, you see, you go on TikTok or what's the other one they love, or Instagram. You see them. You see the way they move, and thank God now the Chinese have said, they've lifted the mirage off everybody's eyes now, so you know what it is you're getting. All of their expensive bags that they hang on their wrist, with their hat tilted to one side, wrap skirts and everything. All of that now you can get for $5, people. So I yield.
Okay, all right, folks. Let's see if Nationwide Radio ready for me, because their site was done again. As I said, I don't know if it's them or me or us here in the States, because tariffs may be on foreign website, on site. Okay, still not up and running yet, but I will try another way. Let me see if I can get on their app to see. But we have a lot going on. A lot is going on. But let's go ahead and get started. Out of the Caribbean corner. First up, OECS and Bahamas leaders to meet U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Washington. This one courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Leaders from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, and the Bahamas will meet with United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Tuesday in Washington, aiming to deepen ties and address pressing regional issues. St. Lucia's Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre, who currently chairs the OECS, will lead the delegation. A statement from the OECS noted that the high-level talks are expected to focus on strengthening economic cooperation, addressing migration and security concerns, exploring the role of the Caribbean diaspora in the United States, and discussing the future of the Cuban medical program. Pierre is expected to reaffirm the OECS's commitment to constructive dialogue and strategic partnership during the discussions, which he sees as crucial for ensuring that the voices of small island developing states remain heard at the highest diplomatic levels. Can I say something on this one? But I don't think they really care about us in the Caribbean, That's the God Almighty truth. What I think they care, or as far as their care goes, is for the resources in terms of personnel, human resources that they can pull from the islands. They know that the work ethic of Caribbean people is phenomenal. They know that. They know that we come with the right mindset. We come for work. We're not come for count cow. We come for, we're not come for count cow. We come for milk the cow. We're going to get the job done. They know we have aspirations. They know so we are ambitious set of people. And they know that we will contribute significantly to their economic base. I don't think it's because they care about the Caribbean. I really don't think so. I don't care. I don't think them give two craps if we remain in poverty or if we are lifted up. That's my honest opinion. And I may be wrong. But based on everything that I have seen unfold so far, based on the stories that come up in the news, I can't think any other way. And it's not just the Caribbean. Look at what they're doing across the continent of Africa. Look at the foolishness going on over there with Rwanda and Congo. But you know what? That's my opinion. If someone wants to disagree with me, please be my guest and let me hear what your thoughts are. But this thing about focusing on strengthening economic cooperation, addressing migration and security concerns, exploring the role of the Caribbean diaspora in the United States. I just told you what our role is. Go into the hospitals, go into the healthcare industry. Who do you think? A lot of them in there are from the Caribbean. Who looking after your grandmothers in the nursing homes? But anyway, what is, as they put, colonization, just rebranding, still siphoning resources daily? Yeah.
Human and natural resources. That's it. So all of that restraining is just to say, oh, so how many nurses do you now have? We have that thing. Thank you.
You know, Dominica's Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerritt was speaking on DBS radio, and he described the meeting as a very constructive engagement and emphasized its significance as the first formal discussion with Rubio in his capacity as Secretary of State. The meeting follows Rubio's recent visit to the Caribbean. Of course, you know, he held bilateral talks with CARICOM. What came out of those bilateral talks? What were the fruits of that? Or what are the fruits of that conversation? Seriously speaking, he spoke with Mayor Motley. He spoke with Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. He spoke with Dr. Irfan Ali. As far as Ghana goes, it's a cementing or the tightening of a relationship between the US and Ghana, all because of what?
Or because of oil.
Thank you.
I mean, and the thing is, he probably spoke to them, but he didn't get, when they use diplomatic language like that, it means they didn't get the response they expected. And so they will couch it in diplomatic language to say they had bilateral talks and ways of growing the relationship. Because you know Mia Motley is not going to kowtow to the United States on anything. So it's either take it or you leave it. And the mom will have told them, listen, we survived long before you got here. We'll survive after you leave. So you might as well take it back. We don't want it. So I'm not, when you have, I mean, as people, it should be something that is apparent when our governments meet with another government and they put plans in place. In 2-3 months, you start seeing whatever it is they talk about bearing fruit. If all you hear is words, it means they've agreed to disagree.
Thank you, Adesoji. Adam, 28 minutes after the top of the hour. Coming up next, Bahamian pleads guilty in South Florida to human smuggling charges. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. A 31-year-old Bahamian man has pleaded guilty to human smuggling charges, and this was in federal court after U.S. authorities intercepted a go-fast boat carrying 13 undocumented migrants off the coast of Miami-Dade County. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, Shakira Michael Jones was spotted by U.S. Customs and Border Protection personnel on December 19, 2024. He was piloting a vessel from the Bahamas toward the U.S. mainland. A CBP aircraft first identified the suspicious activity and notified agents on the water. Well, young man, foolish. You play foolish games, you win stupid prizes. Minimum wage in Barbados to increase to BB $10.50 per hour on June the 1st. Article also courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Barbados' lowest paid workers are set to receive a boost in their earnings, with the national minimum wage rising from Barbados $8.50, which is US $4.25, to Barbados $10.50, which is US $5.25 per hour, starting June 1st. The announcement was made by Minister of Labor Colin Jordan during the Barbados Workers Union annual May Day Family Fun Day at Poolwoods in St. John. Jordan said the wage increase is part of the government's broader commitment to improving the lives of low-income earners amid growing concerns about the rising cost of living. He confirmed that the necessary legal order for the increase has already been drafted and will also include a proportional hike for security officers under the sectoral minimum wage. So good job. I think, well, I know cost of living is up all around, but James, you were there most recently. Um, how is it there? Are things affordable? I know the minimum wage sound kind of low, but still, all that being considered, are things affordable? Is cost of living affordable to some degree there?
No, it's very expensive.
Very expensive.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more expensive than Jamaica.
More
Yeah.
than Jamaica?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. All right. So I'm sure folks are happy for the minimum wage increasing. All right. Thank you, James. All right. Next up. Government delivers first official land title handover. And this article, courtesy of nowgrenada.com. The government of Grenada has taken a historic step in transforming land tenure reform, championing citizen empowerment through the strategic distribution of land titles under the Land Tenure Regularization Program, which was launched in May 2024. This pivotal initiative not only strengthens property rights, but also fosters economic growth and community development, marking a transformative moment for the nation. The official handover ceremony took place on April 30 at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, where 39 residents from various parts of Grenada received their land indentures. The initiative was designed to provide a legal pathway to land ownership for individuals who have occupied Crown lands for over 10 years and meet the necessary requirements. Pick up yourself, Mr. Mitchell. Prime Minister Honorable Dickon Mitchell underscored the significance of the program in securing Grenada's future. I like this for them. I like this for them. So they capture the land. That's what it is. When them put it nicely, who have occupied Crown lands, them did capture the land over there, and the Crown land is government land. So of course, because not everybody has the wherewithal to purchase land. So if they've been there for 10 years, they are meeting the necessary requirements. By all means, I applaud this. Now, I hope we not do it like Jamaica. And what I said, Lord forgive me for saying this, but remember a couple months ago, there was the program that, what's his name, Mackenzie doubled down on, say, if you own a piece of land, then we build a house on it for you. But if you're dead, if you pass away, the land goes back to the state. I never fit them land to begin with. So I hope that in this program that they are able to pass this on to the generations that will come. I hope it's not a situation where when you pass on, when you have transition, that the government takes back the land. I just hope not. Fingers crossed. Yeah, wishful thinking, and I hope I saw it go. The article does not tell me specifically the ins and outs of it, but for now, I will go ahead and give them the. I'll give them the bell. Good job. And it's for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. All right, next up. The IMF, International Monetary Fund, approves first review of staff monitored program with Haiti. Caribbean National Weekly. So we don't like the IMF too tough, but I saw the thing go for now. The International Monetary Fund has approved the first review of Haiti's staff monitored program, SMP, signaling cautious progress in the country's efforts to stabilize its fragile economy amid ongoing security and governance challenges. In a statement released on May 1, IMF management confirmed approval of the review on April 15. The SMP, an informal arrangement between IMF staff and Haitian authorities, does not involve the IMF Executive Board and does not provide financial assistance, but serves as a tool to help countries build a track record for potential future funding. The IMF noted that despite Haiti's multi-dimensional crisis and uncertain outlook, the government has remained committed to reforms under the SMP. The program is designed to support Haiti's economic policy goals, improve macroeconomic stability, and lay the groundwork for future financial support from the IMF under the upper credit tranche. And as long as Haiti and money come up in a conversation or in an article, I'm forever going to be asking, where is Haiti's gold? Where is the gold that was extracted from Haiti and deposited at a financial institution up there in New York for safekeeping? Where is the gold? When are we going to return the gold to Haiti? Because it belongs to Haiti. And a phone of money, and a phone of gold, sorry. When? When can we expect the Haitians to get their gold back? Just like how one did fly it out or put it on a boat and get it out, put it on a boat or a plane and carry back to the people then. Is it over there? What state was it that they, by the way, did they go and do an inspection in that state where they said the gold was or is supposed to be?
Moments. Again. You know, back in the day, we little and we get birthday money and we parents say, make me keep it for you. And we not see it back. How that happen?
I think many of us are familiar with that. I think many of us are very familiar with that. Lord of mercy. By the way, Tasha, this morning I call you up. I wonder if you're over me with your products there. But thank you for the glow. Thank you, girl. Thank you. So you say, Alexa, they're like the mother, the mother. It's usually the mother them too, you know. Me, let me put it up for you.
You'll be honest, me do it too. Me do it too.
And you dare not ask them back feet, you know.
Me do it. Me do it. Me do it. My daughter get birthday money. So me keep it for you. Coming on until Lassie. And it buy all sorts of other things. But she spend back one. But in the case of Haiti, I know them it has spend back.
They need to get back here to them money. And until right, them could have talked a little more. Until they give back to Haiti what is owed to Haiti. We're not going to see the problem going away. Improve macroeconomic stability, lay the groundwork for future financial support. They don't need no future financial support from the IMF. Give them back them goal. And if you're not going to give them goal, give them the value of their goal. Current market value. And add interest. To turn it into futures. No, man. Fancy way of saying control. Absolutely, Ozzy. Lay the groundwork for future financial support from the IMF under the upper credit. They don't need no credit. Give them their money. And France, you need to, you know what, don't get me started. You supervise. Haiti's economic outlook remains bleak. You know why it's bleak? They were stripped. They had to pay reparations to Haiti, to France for 100 years. That is why they are having the economic constraints that they have. We plundered their resources. We have decimated our country. It's bad enough that they're on a fault line. So geographically speaking, they have no control over what happens to them with all the earthquakes. But my gosh, man, we put more upon plenty. We have poured salt on an open wound, and we have been doing so. And I'm talking, but I say we, I'm talking everybody, the international, I don't know if you want to call them association, community, anything. We have been pouring salt on an open wound. We them just can't catch a break. I will like to come out in news articles and talk about poverty, insecurity, this, that, and the other, when what is happening there was orchestrated. Everybody else seems to know what's best for Haiti and don't want to listen to the Haitians as they tell you what is best for them. They just want to be left alone. Haiti's economic outlook remains bleak, with worsening insecurity continuing to stifle growth and fuel inflation. The IMF emphasized that restoring security is essential for sustained economic activity, reform implementation, and attracting foreign investment. But who caused the instability there? Make we talk about it. Huh? Make we talk about it. Oh no, go on like say, and them do it to themselves. France started it, and we know who continued it. Despite the pressures of political instability and external shocks. No, it should have been despite the pressures of external shocks first, which created political instability. Make we rewrite it, a Caribbean National Weekly. Make we rewrite it for them. Despite the pressures of external shocks, which have created political instability, both the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of the Republic of Haiti have stayed actively engaged. Ah, boy, on like talk foolishness, you know, kind of feel some people not no sense. I don't feel some people not pay attention. Go ahead, Soji.
Yes, you said to rewrite the headline. I will tell Milton and Madi you're taking notes.
I'm dropping out of class.
Yeah, I mean, you raise a brilliant point. Here's the issue. The issue is not many of us are paying attention. And so when the headlines come as they do, and they don't come on a regular basis, they just come intermittently. Some people are focused, some people are not. And so because you're not also tying it with history, most of these news articles, when they write, they're not going to tell you Citigroup is holding Haiti's gold, which was in 1919. The US Marines went in there, carted the gold out under the guise of safekeeping, which was the term they used. Nor would anybody recount that Haiti freed himself from slavery in 1804. And as a result, it was penalized by the French, by the French state for it to pay reparations to France. I mean, all of them, the so-called enslaving nations, paid reparation in some shape or form. In the United States, it was mainly to the people in Boston areas and New York. In England, it was to the entire country, the entire fabric. Even the church got compensated for losing, as they said, wealth. In France, it was the state that was compensated by the Haitians. Again, it was due to that revolt that United States grew in size, because France thought that if they could lose Haiti, they might as well just give up Louisiana. Hence, the United States had the Louisiana Purchase. Again, all of these things are not tied together. And so when we hear one story without it being put into context with every other one, we think either they're doing us a favor or we've been somewhat bad. Again, it's painful. Because all it needs is just a sizable population to concentrate and talk back. You will see all of these things will redress itself. Just to talk back. But when they're writing their newspaper, and it's not helped by even some of our bloggers. They blog, and you're basically what you're doing is, in order to fill column inches, what you're just doing is repeating what New York Times writes, repeating what Wall Street Journal writes, with no filter, nothing. You just pour it back into your own. Oh, according to the New York Times, here's what they said. According to Wall Street Journal, here's what. Okay, what do you, the person, what do you think? Do you think that is normal? Do you think a body of people would just be in a state of unrest, constant state of unrest? It's because their means of survival has been taken away from them.
So, Adesoji, let me ask you a question. When they write these articles, who are they trying to appease? Because clearly what I'm getting here is that they are not allowed, even if they're thinking it, they're not allowed to correct it.
Okay, so when you say who are they thinking, are you saying the likes of the New York Times or the likes of our Caribbean media?
Our Caribbean media, when you know the truth.
Okay, so in the lights, so ever since TV started going down in terms of advertisers and what have you, the revenue has been online. So if you have a page and you can fill that page with adverts, with eyeballs, and people come, and there's a constant level of traffic there, whatever is popping, as they would say on the streets, people will put on their website, knowing fully well, if I went to, say for argument's sake, if I went to moments.com and I saw Rihanna is going to have a new baby, and that is the buzzing word. You've not heard whether Rihanna is going to have the baby in the United States or is going to have the baby in Barbados. But you've run with the idea that, or you want to sensationalize it. You say, well, she's decided for her first trimester, she's going to be in Jamaica. She's going to be soaking up the sun. And people in Jamaica are like, oh, Riri is coming, that kind of thing. Now, advertisers seeing that will say, oh, okay, what is it we can sell to people in Jamaica? And then they'll pop adverts. You putting up the story, don't do due diligence on the story, but because you've been rewarded for putting something in Jamaica on that's the thing you constantly play over and over again. Newspapers used to be about information. Now it's about infotainment. So if you can entertain the people for 70% of the time, inform them 10%, and the rest is just drivel, you're still not successful. So that is where the blame lies. The blame lies at the curator of the story. If you're interested in something and people know that this is your interest and you get traffic, you can actually help redress the narrative, reframe the narrative. That, listen, I know we have to survive, but I'm quite willing, instead of $1, to take 15 cents. But 15 cents for 15 million people is something, rather than $1 from 15 million people. Because I'm still serving my people, because information is the new currency. If you're not informed, you're poor. Are you?
So you want to hear the last paragraph of this article?
Yes.
The next steps for Haiti include maintaining policy discipline under the SMP, securing concessional external support, and continuing to strengthen institutional capacity to address the country's deep-rooted vulnerabilities. Boy, them like use words,
Okay, could you read the first First two lines. Just first two lines.
Yeah, sure. The next steps for Haiti include maintaining policy discipline under the SMP, securing concessional external support. I think that's the one you really want.
Okay.
Securing concessional.
No, even the first part. The next step for Haiti. Haiti is in an independent state. Why are you treating it like it's the first day of kindergarten or still in nursery school? It's one of the oldest nations in the world. The next step for Haiti. The next step for what? The next step. And then that last part to stay on course for institutional building and concession. Concession to whom?
Securing concessional external support. You know what I gather from that right there at a soldier?
Yeah.
They're not left people, they could not come out to help people in the country.
Yeah, but
they're not gonna leave them. You're forever gonna find the United Nations, the this, the that, the everybody.
Yeah. They're telling you need Big Brother United States to come in and help you. That's the word, concessionary stuff. You don't need concession. You need the country. When you say institutional building, Haiti has been interfered with since 1804. How can you build institutions when you're constantly being interfered with? How do you do that?
That's another word for theft of resources.
That's a part of it. That's a spoke in the wheel, Jack. How many spokes we have in a bicycle wheel? That's one of them. Securing concessional external support, to me, Adesoji, sounds like a term that you like to use, manufacturing concept.
Yes. Yeah. Securing concessional. What's the word again? Concessional
external support.
Okay. Yeah. So securing. Bring out your begging bowl, and we'll drop $1 in it, and you should be grateful. And even that $1, we're going to tell you how to spend it, because we're already telling you what is next for Haiti is. That statement okay. So here's the thing. You remember when you were reading the story earlier about Costa Rica, about what did the landlord say when she said, if you were what? If you were nice, I could have allowed. That is so that's the individual level. This is the national level. This is, can you see, when I said everywhere they go, there is that imperial colonial instinct in their words, in their practice. You just need to listen to them when they speak. Don't interject. Just listen to them speak. Even how they ask for things from you. There is an element of, you know what, you're not deserving of this. They're telling Haiti is not deserving of the stuff that belongs to Haiti. We will help you keep it. They kept their gold. Now they're telling them what they should do in order to try. Oh my God. Yay. I yield.
Go ahead, James. Thank you, Adesoji. James, your mic is open, or is it on this side? Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
Yeah. The good thing is that they are dumb enough to be using the same playbook for over 200 years. And everybody have a copy of the book now, as you can see what is going on with Burkina Faso. I am pleasantly surprised and impressed that so many people on the internet have so much information about just how they operate. You know, people on the internet are talking about the step-by-step details of what happened with Gaddafi. And, you know, we see now the playbook. Haiti, the perfect example. France got kicked out, and they, you know, like a major dog, you know, them tail lap between them leg, them go to the US. The US came in what, 1905, and they occupied ever since and not leaving. And So, for people in Africa, or when you look at Burkina Faso and you see them say no, like, oh, this man that is transforming the nation is a dictator and only want the money for himself. People know the playbook. Nobody's falling for it. I've not seen one person on the internet falling for it. And I believe that, with this going on now, hopefully more Americans, African Americans, will start speaking up against Haiti, because for too long, people have blamed the leadership of Haiti, that, giving the impression that African or Black, predominantly Black countries are corrupt and they can't run them country. That's why all of these Black nations are still in poverty, giving excuse to the colonial masters that have been doing all these things. So, they're using the same playbook. So let's watch and see, if they're going to continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. But isn't that something we have said over and over, James, that they need to throw out the playbook and go back to the drawing table because it's played out? Try a different way. Isn't that what we have said time and time again?
Yes, we have. But again, we have to keep repeating it, turn it into a song and dance. Otherwise, like I said, many of us are not focused. Many of us. It was Marcus Garvey that said, "We're a nation of children." It's a sad indictment on us because we're the only ones who kept getting poked in the eye and then going to the same person who poked us in the eye to say, "Oh, look in my eye. Do you see anything?"
Right.
What do you expect to happen? You get another poke. So the quicker we learn. And again, I was reading a piece in The Atlantic over the weekend, and it was talking about sad state of affairs. It was talking about our concentration levels that initially went from 15 minutes to 5 minutes. Now it's 30 seconds. That if you cannot get your information out in 30 seconds, people just switch off.
It's fact. It's a fact. But we're talking this and talking that. You see the threat that is looming over CBS?
Not just CBS, NPR as well. PBS.
Yeah. Poor Big Bird. I know, the problem is with Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Many years ago, Grouch, Oscar the Grouch in his garbage can.
Oh, my favorite character. Go on. Yes. Go.
That episode, I don't think he has forgiven them for that episode. And I think it's a personal issue. I don't think it's to do with anything else. It's just a personal vendetta. That's my humble opinion. Allegedly, it's a personal vendetta. Sorry,
Mr. President, go first.
Morning moments.
Morning, Mr. President.
Can you repeat the part that said external concessional? I didn't hear the article, but I came in when you said that. Can you just repeat that for me? What it was?
So the next steps for Haiti include maintaining policy discipline under the SMP, securing concessional external support, and continuing to strengthen institutional capacity to address the country's deep-rooted vulnerabilities.
Oh, okay. Right. So is the concessional external support? I wanted to give you an example. We have a very, very good example. So in Burkina Faso, in Niger, France has been securing the concessional external support for the uranium by buying the uranium at 89 cents euro a kilo and sell it at somewhere around 200 euro per kilo. So now with Niger getting rid of those external support, the concessional external support, they're able to go from earning about $1 billion a year to some like $300 billion a year. So maybe we have to allow them to keep the external support and we keep our resources. We don't need that support. That is just a very clear example I wanted to put out there.
Oh, boy. these words. Oh, hold on, Alexia. Let me fit this up now. Hold on there, Alexia. Let me do it. Oh, hold on there. Jesus have mercy. All right, let's do this. Let's do that. Okay. See there, Alexia. Yeah, them slick. But folks, let me say this. It is important that when we listen, read between the lines, pay attention to how sentences are constructed. Right? Put away our discriminatory thoughts. Dig a little deeper. Google is free. It's on everybody's device. Do some Google searches. Do some research. Learn the truth. Have an understanding as to why a country is in the state it's in, especially countries that are classified as third world countries.
Yes. I think what we need right now is the support of the diaspora, of CARICOM, of people all over. So the same way CARICOM took a stand when it comes to the Cuba issue and told them to take their visas, but they're not giving up Cuba. We have to start to embrace Haiti in the same way. Even if we don't have the full solutions, we have to be supportive of Haiti. We have to form an alliance that is dedicated to the development of Haiti and trying to get Haiti their place. And to James' point about the information, one thing I feel very good about is that Abraham Traoré in Burkina Faso, when he find out who the perpetrators are, who they're working for and where they're working from, he is putting the information out there and he's giving you facts. In the past, all this stuff was kept as top secret and the public more or less did not know the details as to what's going on. So when you find some CIA operative come now setting up a charity to help kids and so, but on their computers, they're mapping all your drone bases and your military bases and your road infrastructures and all the stuff like that. You have to let people know so that when people come in pretending to be our friends, we could watch them side-eye for a little bit and watch their movements and monitor them. That way we all become more vigilant. When the Ivory Coast is supporting an insurgent, you have to say that. So you could call out the puppets in Ivory Coast and other countries like that. So these information has to go because we have a vibrant African youth. And I don't want us to say that we are not like our ancestors and stuff, because guess what? Our ancestors did so much to bring us to where we are today. They sacrificed, they go against the bullet. So you really don't want to belittle the fight they had. What we have now is an ability to communicate better amongst ourselves than they had. And we have to utilize those platforms in many ways. So the more information you give to the youth, the better it would be to select better governance. You understand? So when in Kenya, we see a certain general being cozying up to a certain president, then you start to watch those people and say, listen, what's going on here? Because if this general want to delete our most progressive leader to date in recent years, and you're cozying up to another leader, people could make the correlation. So information, it's important we put the information out there, information and solidarity. Yeah. And I would like us common folks to stop the jolt of wars and all the crap and let us start talking about how we can work together and bringing the information, educating each other and working as a collective.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Ozzy also, hold on 1 second, James. Let me just read a comment real quick before I have to scroll back down. So Ozzy put in the comments, ask why it's mostly the countries with the most resources that are classified as third world countries. Go right ahead, James.
Yeah, and one of the biggest difference in 2025, because I don't think people understand what is going on now with this whole Burkina Faso thing. Like, Yesterday I was surfing the internet the entire day, and in my calculation, this thing is bigger than the George Floyd thing, because this is a protest that we have never seen before. I'm talking about hundreds of millions. Like on my timeline yesterday on my phone, every time I open my phone, a story came up about Burkina Faso. We see like more African Americans, because African Americans are normally the last people to come out and to protest at anything. I've seen tons of people protesting. Someone, because I did a video about it, and someone reached out to me yesterday from St. Kitts and Nevis, and he said like he's going to Burkina Faso, and he's like, most Black young men in the Caribbean and in America would not even join the police force, but hundreds are leaving and going there to join the army, and he's going. This is crazy. We have never seen anything like this before. So, and social media is the reason why we're seeing it, because with Gaddafi and with all of the other leaders, when America or the BBC come and say like they're exploiting their people, they can always show you an image of a small village of people suffering without showing you the entire country. But when you have Wodamaya in Burkina Faso showing you that right now, as we speak, the biggest road network construction is going on in that country. In 60 odd years of independence, the amount of road that they're building this year is 10 times more than the road network that they have built in 60 years, over 60 years since they have been independent, because the French installed their puppet government. The country is just filled with dirt road. So when we see these things in front of our eyes and we see like an American general saying that, oh, this man is using the money for himself and starving his people, we have eyes to see, you know, so we're seeing it on social media.
Say that again, James. We have eyes to see.
We have eyes to see.
And ears to hear.
So to me, like I think people need to relish this moment. This is the biggest revolution that we have ever seen in any of our lifetime. And as long as this man stay alive, 5-10 more years, Africa is, and what I love too is calling out the weak leaders in Africa. I saw a couple things with him, and he's calling out the weak leaders in Africa. So that is a good thing. This is an amazing revolution, and I'm excited about it.
Amazing indeed, James. But wasn't it last year that I kept saying over and over again with all the different stories coming? Was it last year or the year before I started to say that Africa is awake and there is going to be an uprising? Didn't I say? But go ahead, Mr. President.
No, what I want to say is to James' point, I see a lot of people saying, we will go to Burkina Faso, we will go to Burkina to fight. I have a different perspective on that. Let's not go to Burkina Faso to fight. Let us take the fight where we are. Because in many of the countries that we are, okay, why are you leaving Nigeria to go to Burkina Faso to fight? When you could hold your Nigerian politicians at bay. What would be safer? To go to Burkina Faso to try to defend Ibrahim Traore, or to be in Ivory Coast and holding your government to account and getting the right leadership in the Ivory Coast who would probably ally with the development in Burkina Faso? So we have to stop saying we're going to Burkina to do it. Let us start making the difference where we are. Because the more of us could make a difference where we are, more of us could try to get better leadership in place. More of us could try to get better programs in place. More of us could try to hold our leaders accountable. Because there's no reason why you would, for instance, go to Burkina Faso and in Ivory Coast, every general that is sponsoring every uprising in Africa is living large. You see what I'm saying? So it is more important to uproot their operation in Ivory Coast than to go to Burkina Faso. So I want African people and the people in Africa on the ground who is willing to take this fight to another level, who is willing to see that change, to start holding your governments accountable. to start rising up and saying enough is enough, to put an end to a lot of the infighting and stuff like that, to give out information and expose the terrorist network. And that's another thing I see that I like, where right now we're starting to hold these generals, so-called generals, that are coming in there to accountable for smuggling arms in our countries, and to show the direct link between them and the rebels and the people who are the so-called terrorists that are causing the insurrections in these countries, and who's trying to topple government. So we have to stay where we are and rally with each other in order to protect Abraham in Burkina Faso. We can't all go to Burkina Faso. We have 54 countries in Africa. The youths of Africa have to rise up and start holding the leaders accountable. Better leaders, safer Abraham.
Thank you for that. Thank you for everyone's input. And somebody else was going to say something, one more comment, and then we move on. Okay. All right. Great points. Love it. Spirited conversation. Spirited conversation indeed. All right. So that was the article we were talking about was with regard to the International Monetary Fund and Haiti. Ja, you wanted to say something?
Oh, I wanted to speak on Sesame Street. I didn't know if you were still going.
Go right ahead.
I think the reason why they want to get rid of Sesame Street is because Sesame Street teaches emotional intelligence and acceptance to all people. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, or how you see yourself. That's the real reason they want to get rid of Sesame Street. And plus, we know PBS does show you basically everything that is really happening in the world, as well as they're very huge in showing you historical facts, not fiction. I yield.
Dun, 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 dun.
On my way to where the can you tell me how to get to
Sesame Street?
Hi, big bird. Hi, Mr. Snuffy.
Girl, learn from behaving yourself, and only you have no behavior, none whatsoever. And we just wrapped up talking about the IMF and it's approving first review of staff monitored program with Haiti. We're still in Haiti for our next article. It is 12 minutes after the top of the hour. Haitian advocacy group opposes U.S. terrorist label for gangs. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. The Haitian Bridge Alliance, HBA, a California-based human rights organization, is urging the Trump administration to reverse its recent designation of two powerful Haitian gangs, Viv Ensemble and Grand Griffe, as foreign terrorist organizations, warning that the move could worsen the humanitarian crisis in Haiti. Everybody just said what they want to do with Haiti and the Haitians. I don't know. Jamaica. Nationwide. Anybody? Nationwide, what's up? Nationwide Radio JM. I'm still getting the error message 502 bad gateway saying this is a temporary error. Please try again later. So I guess those stories. But anyway, I have this one.
You tried their Twitter account?
I don't do Twitter. I left Twitter. I refuse to support Musk.
I don't support Orangina and I'm on Truth Social.
I left Twitter. No, still on Truth Social. Somebody needs to know what's going on over there.
See if you can clear your history cache and go back in and see if it worked. Not today, maybe later, or whatever, because I don't want you to mess up your show. Okay.
So I tried accessing on the iPad. I tried getting through on my other phone. I still can't get in. It's saying bad gateway. It's one on to try and tell me if one can't get through. If you can't get through to Nationwide Radio, I'm over there to freak out. You don't wonder During pizza, I did say I was going to sign up to Truth Social, and I just can't find it in my spirit to be be contaminated in any way, shape, or form. I feel like my skin going itch if me go over there, Lord forgive me.
I pay a pill and t-shirt and at them as sell over there. Now yourself. I paid a one all up a deal with people. Like if you ever sick. Sometimes I just say, Father God, they know not what they are doing. You get me? So I may have to take it in a small doses. You know, like how we just down on Instagram and scroll. Over there, so you have to take in a small doses when there's a sensible person. You have to take your time, man.
All right, so it's not just me then. Just says she's getting the same error message. Okay, so it's definitely a nationwide radio issue. Nationwide radio, it now go worse than we need to get fix it. Maintenance is to be done between the hours of 12 a.m. and 5 a.m. All right, not during critical hours when we need our news.
This is the part we need the counts to come in and count the hour. 24 hours.
Jamaican diaspora has been urged to attend housing and investment forums in NYC and Philadelphia. This article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Consul General of Jamaica in New York, Alison Wilson, has announced the highly anticipated Investing in Jamaica and Housing Forum. It is scheduled for today, May 6, at the Pyramid Club in Philadelphia, and Thursday, May 8 at Resorts World, New York City. These forums are designed to connect members of the Jamaican diaspora and prospective investors with the growing economic and housing opportunities in Jamaica. Jamaica's economy is currently on an upward trajectory, with real GDP growth projected between 1% and 3% for the 2025-26 fiscal year. This economic expansion is being driven by key sectors such as agriculture, electricity, and water supply, along with tourism. With ongoing fiscal reforms and a commitment to responsible governance, the country is positioning itself as a premier investment destination in the Caribbean. All right, well, myself, somebody check it out and let me know how it go. Attendees of the forum will have the opportunity to interact with representatives from several of Jamaica's top institutions and agencies. These include the Victoria Mutual Group, Jamaica National Group, Tax Administration Jamaica, I'm glad that they're there, Jamaica Promotions Corporation, JAMPRO, Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, Keller Williams Jamaica Realty, and TCF Holdings Limited, developers of the Sun Coast Beach Club. Well, these experts will provide valuable insights into investment trends, regulatory frameworks, real estate developments, and financial services available in Jamaica. The New York event on May 8 will be headlined by Senator the Honorable Auburn Hill, who is Jamaica's Minister of Industry, Investment, and Commerce. All right. So, folks, today in Philadelphia and then in New York on Thursday. Go right ahead, Mr. President. I think that was you. Who opened the mic? I'm in air doubles. I guess I was hearing doubles.
This is on nationwide right now.
Nationwide is back up and running. Thank you, John.
No.
Oh, that's on what platform though?
Onlineradiobox.com, and then I press nationwide listen, and this is what coming up. Someone speaking.
Oh, that is our Prime Minister speaking.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
One moment.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something with my mic was sticking. I want to commend Jamaica on reaching out to the diaspora for investment. We often see, and we speak about that here before, where sometimes the Caribbean islands do not provide the opportunity to tap into the diaspora when it comes to investment, and the diaspora can have a lot to offer. I would approach it a slightly different way, but I think the fact that they're reaching out to people is very, very good. Oftentimes we go to try to get these multinationals and all these people coming in, who come in, invest, and leave with the money. If you get people in the diaspora, more than likely, they would provide the service, they will do the investment, but the money will technically stay in Jamaica for the most part. So I would like to see more Caribbean islands reaching out to the diaspora, the people in the diaspora, to do investments. I think that's a good move.
You're right. I agree with you, Mr. President. I agree. Definitely. Thank you for that. All right, folks. St. Kitts, you're up next. St. Kitts records 8% cruise arrival increase for the 2024 to 2025 peak season. According to Caribbean National Weekly, cruise arrivals in St. Kitts jumped by 8% during the 2024 to 2025 peak season compared to the previous year, with 748,056 passengers arriving between October and April. And this is according to the Minister of Tourism, Marcia Henderson. Minister Henderson revealed the updated statistics during a press conference held at the St. Kitts Marriott Resort, and that was on April 29, highlighting what she called a healthy increase over the 690,244 cruise visitors recorded the previous season. And she's saying this growth is the result of the collective efforts among the Ministry of Tourism, the sister agencies, and the industry partners. All are focused on enhancing the guest experience, improving our port facilities, and ensuring visitor satisfaction and safety. However, we do recognize the true success in tourism is not only measured in numbers, but in the tangible impact on the lives of our citizens. Good for you. Good for you. Central to those tangible impacts is the Tour Development Program. It was launched in August 2024, and it aims to empower small business owners to craft distinctive tourism experiences. According to Henderson, 15 local companies are currently enrolled in the program. Good for you, St. Kitts. Good for you. We like to see progress. Go right ahead, James. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, they better work overtime because they're gonna lose the Citizen by Investment program, so they need replacement. So yeah, tourism is it's a good thing.
Why is it going to lose it? Why do you think they're going to lose it, James?
No, because they are going to lose it.
No, but
remember,
why you think?
No, because the UK, remember the UK, they already met. The UK and European Union Parliament already met, and to restrict I think by the end of this year they're going to have visa restrictions. You can't just fly to the Schengen, the European Union and the UK at the same time. Their different parliaments are meeting and say, okay, like if you're part of this program, we're going to cut your free visa access to Europe. So without the free visa access to Europe, then the CBI don't make any sense for most people that are doing it. So it's pretty much done, I think.
Let's see. I mean, focusing on tourism, but what else can St. Kitts focus on? Because we need to have a diversified portfolio, so to speak, right? Okay, so CBI is waning. Tourism, now you're focused on that. But what else can St. Kitts tap into?
Moments. I think we're looking at this wrong.
Okay.
If we are looking at it to see, for instance, what else just St. Kitts can tap into, look at the size of St. Kitts. What real economies of scale they could really have. I think it's time we start to look at what institutions, what platforms, what foundation we can use in the Caribbean to utilize each other's strengths and to work together as one unit. Instead of saying, for instance, trying to make Jamaica self-sufficient, let's make the Caribbean food imports resilient. Let's make the Caribbean self-sufficient when it comes to producing certain things. So the same way, for instance, Burkina Faso could make banana tomato paste, We could do something. The Windward Islands has been supporting supplying the UK and those people with bananas for a long time. Geese came, put them out of business with Chiquita, and now the banana industry is done, more or less, in the Windward Island. Can't we have the same with one island? Revamp the banana industry and supply the rest of the Caribbean with a quality product, because it was quality when it was going to the UK. That is better than some of the GMO stuff we're getting. That is employing farmers, that is providing business opportunities. We have some of the best fish in the world. Why can't we revamp our fishing industry, that we have the multiple players, that we could supply the Caribbean community with wild caught fish that is high quality? Huh? Why can't we even utilize, for instance, the cocoa in Grenada, that is one of the highest quality, and form with Ivory Coast and Ghana coming together to form a cocoa board so that they could control? Why don't we link with stuff like that? Why don't Guyana and Jamaica, why don't Trinidad become a manufacturing hub if they have the power and the manufacturing capacity? You would ask, for instance, Grenada to try to manufacture stuff. How are we going to compete? We have to stop looking at the isolated countries, because once we start to do that, we are already fighting a losing battle. Grenada, 133 square miles, St. Kitts is a few square miles, Antigua, wherever. When you look at it, we do not have individually the land and the people, the capacity to move, to operate at a level that would be efficient. So if we're subsidizing stuff like that, we're making the same thing we were talking about. The Caribbean is prone to natural disaster. We should have one meteorology system that covers the entire Caribbean, whether or not we all subscribe to it. And we have the best and brightest people in the Caribbean working there so that we control our whole weather systems, how we look at it and stuff like that. So we have to stop saying what a country like St. Kitts could do. You take away tourism, you take away the CBI program. They could barely feed themselves. You understand what I'm saying? But if you look at, for instance, IT in the St. Kitts government, I think this is ranked one of the top in the Caribbean. So why don't we use that model to try to push it through the rest of the Caribbean islands? Right. When you look at excess capacity Jamaica have, when you look at, if you bring Guyana in the frame, if we look to bring in Cuba and Haiti, we are a powerhouse. But we keep looking at individuals. We should have a system where we're saying, okay, we're educating the Caribbean youth. Free school for all people going to primary and secondary school in the Caribbean, regardless of the country, and we come up with a model and an education program that include vocational and academic and everything in one. So that we're saying by 2030, it's like how we're coming up with all these initiatives by the UN, by the 2030, the climate this and the climate that and whatever, but yet still we go into the table begging for funding and so for this project. And we're talking about, access to finance is the biggest problem we have in small island developing states. Let us create our own 2030 and 2050 and 2060 agendas. And let us come up with our own solutions. And if access to finance is a problem in the region, let us come up with a way to give access to finance. The banks in the Caribbean is some of the most liquid banks in the world. They go through the whole COVID experience and all this stuff like that. But yet still, the only thing we're giving loan to is buy house and cars. And then we want to know what's happening to our import bills when it comes to fuel and stuff like that. We have a Caribbean that has sun throughout the year. We have a Caribbean that have rivers and whatever. And I'm not saying we have to go and put up these massive hydro plants and stuff, but there are solutions that can be had in the region if we have regional policies, if we bind together, if we solving solutions together. And they all still get to be their prime ministers and go and sit and dine and whatever, Just create solutions for the people. We cannot continue to think a country like St. Kitts could make it on its own into the next era. I yield.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Mr. President. It is now 29 minutes after the top of the hour. James, make it short because we still have a lot of stories and I gotta keep it moving. Go right ahead.
No, I was going to say perfect example. Mr. President, just talk about banana. There's a banana shortage. Grace, they can't get any banana chips. Like, it's one of their biggest seller in Canada, and there's been no banana chips for the past 6 months. So big shortage of banana in the Caribbean. So there you go.
But which country was it we spoke about a couple of weeks ago that 90% of their citizens have cancer because of the chemicals that were used in the farming, in the banana farming over there? Which country was it? Over there in the Eastern Caribbean. Lord of mercy. Is it Guadeloupe?
Honduras.
No, man, not Honduras. Over in the Eastern Caribbean.
I can't remember the country, but it came from the banana plane spraying the chemicals. I think it was South America. I don't think it was in the Caribbean.
No, man, over there. Hold on.
Was it Dominica?
What is Dominica? I think it's hold on. Because me know say me now lose my mind. We spoke about it and it was 90% of their people have cancer because of the chemical spraying. And we had a conversation about it and we were wondering if that was affecting other farms.
Yeah, I think it's Dominica. I think it's Dominica because they have one of the banana thing in the Caribbean too.
Yeah, man, it was at Eastern Caribbean, and could be by design. Go ahead.
Yeah, but moments, remember these banana planes has been spraying forever. I don't understand. The concept don't even make sense because you can't just put a plane up in the air with chemicals just flying overhead and spraying. You must spray the people. And remember that was responsible for killing a lot of insects and birds and all the different stuff like that because it's literal poison. So if we have a policy that is run by the Caribbean, by CARICOM, by whatever you need to call that body, we would make sure that we have sustainable practices. Not only that, we want to create a quality product. And there's no better place in the world to have organic, proper products that you don't need all this artificial stuff in than the Caribbean. We have places like, for instance, in Grenada, the water that is going out from your sink, a tomato plant would grow right there and you could harvest tomato. You don't need to plant it. You see what I'm saying? That is how fertile our soil is. Look at the St. Vincent, look at the Dominicas, and look at even Jamaica. Look at the kind of yams you get out of Jamaica and stuff like that. So we don't need all the fancy chemical things that we inherited from our colonization when they were trying to just cater for themselves. We could have nice, sustainable practices that employ people, that provide quality products that we could grow together.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Thank you all so much. 27 minutes before the top of the hour. Want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com or a non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com. Please genre at any time. Thanks to everyone watching on YouTube Live and everyone right here with us inside the club and outside the club on TikTok. All right, moving right along. Trinidad and Tobago, you're up next. Trinidad PM Kamala Persad Bisesar unveils 35-member UNC government. Article courtesy of Adasoji Behave Yourself, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Somebody put Adasoji in timeout, please and thank you. Trinidad and Tobago's new UNC-led administration will move forward with a 35-member government consisting of cabinet members, junior ministers assisting substantive cabinet members, and parliamentary secretaries. 32 members were sworn in on Saturday at the President's House in St. Anne's, following the earlier swearing in of Prime Minister Kamala Persad Bisesar and Attorney General John Jeremy on Thursday. Persad Bisesar noted that her nominee for the newly created Ministry of Trade, Investment and Tourism is currently abroad and will be announced upon their return. All right, so I guess congratulations to, I'm not familiar with her. I'll be honest. I'm going to have to do some research. Anybody has knowledge about Kamala Persad, the Cesar?
Yeah. Remember she was there before, right? She was the first female prime minister in the Caribbean.
I forget.
Yeah.
Share on your moments.
Yeah, so she was there before. She's 73, so she's been around for a while. She has a lot of respect from her party. So that is a good thing. I think I would say so far I'm excited about or hopeful about what the UNC is going to do. They seem to be, bursting at the thing to go. They're ready to start working. Like they're moving fast. Like the cabinet was sworn in. They started meeting in Grenada, Guyana, to talk about oil and all these type of stuff, natural gas. So the only thing I'm concerned about is she announced a stand your ground law that sound like, Republican-like. So a lot of people are kind of like, skeptical of that. So that's the only thing I've seen so far, the stand your ground things. But yeah, let's see what happened. And I believe that also they have a big race issue that they have to deal with. And hopefully she addressed that. But those are my only two concerns about Trinidad so far.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, Mr. President.
I think it will be very interesting to see what direction they're going. She could be Trump-like in some of her the way she approaches certain things. She is alleged to be a functioning alcoholic, but let's not go there. The race issue.
You right there.
The race issue is how.
Bring it up, Mr. President. Don't do it.
No, I'm not. But the race issue, it will be interesting to see how they handle race and corruption. Okay. But right now, we just have to wait and see. I think it was very, very interesting that Trinidad decided to choose her again, especially given her age and stuff like that. Right now, I'm wondering if she's the same Kamala that we know from back then. But we just have to give her grace and wait and see what direction the country going. But it will be an interesting couple of months, to say the least.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. President, what I didn't like and what I think is going to make the racial issue a bit more complicated is that the Prime Minister of India congratulated her, and that is like kind of iffy, because when have you ever seen him congratulate any leader in the Caribbean for winning? And did he congratulate Raleigh when he won the last time? So
Dr. Keith Rowley?
Yes, so that was kind of iffy, and a lot of people are concerned about that because I didn't realize it was so bad, like that people are saying it's pretty much a black party and an Indian party.
Oh, Lord.
And to give her some credit, she makes sure that she have a diverse cabinet. There are a lot of black MPs in good positions.
She has Indian descent, African descent.
Yes, she have a mix. So that is a good start. So hopefully, but I think she should address it though. She hint on it that, her party is going to be a party for all Trinidadian, regardless of your race and which party you vote for.
Can we remove race from the Caribbean and say ethnicity?
Yeah.
Let's remove the word race. I don't want us feed into that bad debate with that, where they're trying to make race a big thing. I want us to move away from that in the Caribbean. One Caribbean. I'd rather start with the ethnic groups.
Yeah, but I wish her all the best. So we'll see.
But moments in Trinidad with almost a 50-50, Trinidad and Guyana, let's make it unique, right?
Yeah.
With the population split. And but yeah, the UNC is known to be for the Indian-based citizens. They're known to be biased in that regard. And with Modi, I think Modi did, as James said, didn't do her any good by congratulating her, because Modi himself has been very controversial when it comes to race issues in India, and he has been known to be stoking it and use it as a political tool to consolidate his power. So he doing that really does not sit well, given the history of classism and ethnicity in Trinidad, because it has always been a tension between the two parties. One is seen as Black, the other is seen as Indian. And but I don't even think that she would change that, because she is seen somewhat as one of the instigators, regardless of how her cabinet is made up. Unless she explicitly come out and James say and address it and make a cognizant effort to address that, I don't see anything. And then in her campaign, when she was talking about the stand your ground stuff, that come across as James said, the Republican base in a place like Trinidad, where crime and stuff has gotten to a place where it's really bad. Why would you come out to campaign on stuff like telling people to stand the ground and encouraging people to bear arms and so on, to so-called protect themselves? In the Caribbean, that has generally been the government's job to protect the citizens. And by and large, most governments in the Caribbean has done a very good job protecting the citizens. So you do not want, in a place where you already have a lot of tension, now already have a lot of the race beating things being stroked in Trinidad, given how it is, you coming in as a new government that is seen by a certain sector of the public to be only for the Indians, and then you're talking about standing your ground and so on. I think she's setting up herself in that regards. But as we say, let us look and see, and hopefully everything goes for the better.
So she ought to be careful with sensationalizing things. So for those of you who are not familiar, for those of you listening and you're not familiar, India has a caste system. So just to give you an insight into it, the caste system is a hierarchical social stratification system where individuals are born into a specific group or caste, and that caste is spelled C-A-S-T-E. And that dictates their social status, occupation, and even marriage choices. It is a hereditary system, meaning an individual's caste is largely determined by their parents' caste. The caste system is most famously associated with India, where it has deep roots in Hindu tradition and continues to influence social life. So key aspects of the caste system, let's break it down. Social hierarchy. The system divides individuals into different groups, with some castes considered higher and more privileged than others. Then there is heredity. Individuals are born into their caste, and it's typically difficult to change one's caste. Then you have occupational restrictions. Traditionally, specific castes were associated with certain occupations, and it was often considered taboo to deviate from this. Marriage restrictions. Marrying outside of one's caste is often discouraged or forbidden. You have ritual status. Castes have varying ritual statuses, and certain castes may be considered more pure than others. And you have exclusion and marginalization. Lower castes can experience discrimination, social isolation, and economic hardship. Yeah. But I want to say there are similar systems throughout many countries. Go right ahead, James.
Yes, so as you know, with what Mr. President was saying to the stand your ground thing, because when I first heard it in her speech, because I heard the speech a couple hours after she did it, because I've been following what's going on there, and when I heard it, it just like it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But then I've been back and forth with people from Trinidad, and people are saying it's like Trayvon Martin, like, right? And that's a problem because what is happening in Trinidad, a lot of the gangs are predominantly Black young men, right? In Trinidad and Tobago. So people are interpreting that stand your ground thing like as arming the middle class Indians. So if one of these young Trayvon Martin, whatever would come, then you can defend yourself type of thing, which was not a good speech for your first speech after being sworn in. So yeah, she have to be careful with that.
Yeah. Does she have a media Lord of mercy. What's the name for them?
Kamla.
Media handle.
Hello.
Good morning. We're talking about your country, Dr. Leslie.
Yeah,
Your
here.
Prime Minister Kamala Persad,
Racist? The racist? Okay. Well, we call it what we call it, and we need to stop recycling old rags. We need to stop recycling stuff. I said what I said. Sick of Kamala. She was a drunk, then she's a drunk now. She was a racist, then she's a racist now. We need to stop with this racial politics in Trinidad. Serious. Enough said. And you know, did nobody say that yet?
Mr. President brought up the fact that, you know, she
was a functional alcoholic.
Yeah, functional alcoholic.
A functioning alcoholic who don't function sometimes. I mean, listen, Raleigh had to spring clean the car, the limo, the presidential vehicle after because there's vomit in it. Let's not talk. I mean, everybody's allowed to grow. I hope she has. You know, I'm thankful that one of my friends was appointed, but still, like I said, my friend have more qualifications to run the country than Kamala. She is just not. I was embarrassed because she was the first. I was embarrassed.
And just to be clear, folks, we're talking about the Prime Minister, the newly elected Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, who her name is Kamala, Kamla.
Kamla.
Please don't confuse her with Kamala Harris in the US, okay?
The names are spelled different. It's Kamla, Kamla.
But you know, some people go and think, you know, oh, yeah.
Man, live there. Well, then they dotish, man. Sure. And they dotish. I'm so sick of this stuff. I mean, we keep recycling. We need to stop with it. We have so many brilliant young minds in Trinidad and Tobago. We have exported a lot of brilliant young minds. And here we have this one here who, geez on Pete's, man. Geez on Pete's. We need to stop.
But okay, let me ask a question, Dr. Leslie.
Ask me a question.
In 2011, she was named by Time magazine the 13th most influential female leader around the world. How did she have that honor bestowed upon her?
That's by virtue of Trinidad and Tobago being an oil-producing natural gas country. That had nothing to do with the fact that Kamala was anything smart. Nothing. And to see that she has taken Anil Roberts and still put him in a position in government is beyond me, because that's pure corruption. Anil Roberts stole money, billions from Trinidad, and he is reappointed to a position of any. I mean, come on.
What was his area of expertise?
Anil Roberts. Well, first of all, I know him from high school, but Anil Roberts is in the Ministry of Sports. Just Google him. He's another drunk. No.
Trin is known for drinking a lot, though. Talk true.
There's a difference, right? You could drink your rum, but when your rum on you is a different thing. And, you know, I'm not being salacious. This is him getting on social media, completely wasted, drunk like a fish, and carrying on. Very, what we call, wajang, mobilang, we are saying that. It's embarrassing. This is leadership. This is my seat. As the leader goes, so does the country. I'm not a big Rowley anything either. So nobody could say I'm a PNMite. I am not that. I am not that either, because all of them corrupt.
Yeah, Dr. Leslie, who do you blame for this though? Because I blame Rowley, right?
You can't blame one. You cannot blame one prime minister for how it's a collective. It's the leadership of Trinidad and Tobago, period.
Yeah, but why I blame him though is because the way how he handled this whole election thing, saying that he's going to step aside and not contest the next election, while not stepping down from being the head of the party, appointing Young when they know that Young was not popular. Nobody wanted Young. My question is, why didn't they try and get Penelope in to run against Kamala in the first place instead of
Penelope in? But it's an old boys club, and boys like to play with balls.
No, because
hello.
Because
good morning, everybody. This is Dr. Leslie. I come with my mouth.
No, because it don't make any sense that they put in Young. He still stay as head of the party. Then they got beat down. I think it's 27 to 12 or 11. And now both of them stepped down. And then now Penelope is there. Why didn't they put her first instead of put Young?
What did I just say? It's an old boys club. And that is how we do it in Trinidad.
And that's why I blame them. That's why I say Young
to brush balls.
Young and Rowley is to be blamed. They didn't want to win the election. Even Stevie Wonder could have seen that they were going to lose, and they still make a fool of themselves.
You come to rough up my head this morning, yes, Woocha? Not me, sir. I mean, it's just a bunch of blind leading the blind, dumb leading the dumb, dumb and dumber. And you wonder why we are in the state where we are with oil. Going to Venezuela. Hey, boy, I tell you.
And sending oil to Jamaica for refining.
Close down. I mean, oh, God. Raleigh did so much foolish things. But it's accumulation, huh? It's accumulation of dumb stuff that has happened in Trinidad politics. And, under Kamala's, under BCSR, let me just call she BCSR. Under BCSR's leadership, we had the assassination of a brilliant mind in Dana Sitahal. Under her leadership, it was never investigated and prosecuted. And we know, every Trinidadian knows where those weapons, at whose feet that weapon went. If you ain't know, then I ain't know to tell you, you're done.
So a little bit about Persad's early life. She was born in southern Trinidad to Lil Raj and Rita Persad, both Hindus of Indian descent. Her father was a bookkeeper and worked in the accounting department of Texaco, while her mother was a maid and laborer in the cocoa fields, who eventually saved up to own and operate a roti shop. Persad Bisesar had one brother and three sisters. Her brother and elder sister are deceased, while her other two sisters live in England and New York. So, yeah, let's talk a bit about her, right? So, education. All right, folks, so let's keep it moving. Thank you for that one, Dr. Leslie. Dr. Leslie sure made you know how she feels. She is from Trinidad.
I'm so sorry, you all. I apologize for my profusive.
No, apology not needed. Why? Because you, as a Trinidadian, you know exactly. Oh, did you know that she used to teach at St. Andrew High School in Kingston and at the University of the West Indies over there in Mona? Yeah. Interesting.
Her husband might be Jamaican.
Blame for that too.
Second, by the time she left Trinidad, she had already met her future husband, Gregory Bisesar, and he was already in England when she was attending college. They married 2 years later in 1971 when she was 18 and he was 22. They later left England for Jamaica, where they spent 14 years in Jamaica. She attended the University of the West Indies in Mona and graduated with a Bachelor of Arts honors in 1974 and postgraduate diploma of Diploma of Education in 1976. After graduating, she taught at St. Andrew High School in Kingston and at the University of the West Indies in Mona. And she was also a consultant lecturer at the Jamaica College of Insurance. She was the youngest lecturer at the age of 25 to ever teach at the University of the West Indies. She was awarded a Fulbright scholarship to attend Columbia University to do research leading to a PhD, but she opted to study law instead. In 1985, she graduated from the University of the West Indies at Cave Hill with her Bachelor of Laws. And she got her honors for that, folks. During her time at UA Cave Hill, she gave birth to her son. In 1987, she graduated from Hugh Wooding Law School with her legal education certificate at the top of her class, with awards for being the most outstanding student and having the best overall performance. In 2006, she obtained an executive master's in business administration from the University of West Indies in San Juan, Trinidad and Tobago. So despite, it's interesting, despite having all this education and being qualified on paper, somehow she doesn't make the best choices socially.
Alcohol will do that to you, okay? When you have an addiction that can actually alter your brain, that becomes a problem. It don't matter. Can you hear me while I know my phone? Okay. It doesn't matter how educated you are and how much knowledge you have. Number one is application of the knowledge, but if now you are now putting poison into your body that alters your brain, I've met some brilliant people with mental illness in Woodford Square, and alcohol addiction is a mental illness, right? No, serious talk. I've met brilliant people, letters, they have all the letters, the whole alphabet behind their name, but they're addicted. They're addicted to some are addicted, some just have schizophrenia, other things that that are undiagnosed and untreated or undertreated. So Dr.
Let me ask you a question. Typically, when we have an addiction, right? When folks have an addiction, there's an underlying issue. There's something that propelled them to go that route. They said, okay, you know what, to try to suppress something, to deal with something, to ignore something. Let me try this. And then they become attached to the said substance. Could there be an underlying issue or underlying issues that she has not dealt with? Possibly because she doesn't want to be I don't know if looking down on is right, but when some people stay away from getting the help that's needed because they don't want to be judged.
Because of shame.
Yeah.
And I think addiction is multifactorial, right? There, in terms of alcohol, there is a genetic component to it. I bet your daddy used to throw down the rum to her, but there is a multifactor. Oh gosh, it's better I just come off this and go home, yes? But it's multifactorial. There's environment and then there's genetics, right? And you put those together and you have a perfect storm. So, and when you grow up in poverty or you grow up in the struggle, even when you don't grow up in poverty, there are all kinds of issues. Who knows what the issues that she has had to deal with? And you're right, shame is one way, and a lack of insight as well are some reasons why people don't get the help they need. Now, I hope that over the years, she sought help with regards to her alcoholism. And if not, then the people around her also should hold some responsibility, because who are your friends? If you see me throwing back, and you don't say, hey, you need to stop, and and y'all don't do an intervention, then you're part of the problem too, right? Yeah. But you're head of a nation. But here we are, some of us in the US and we have somebody who is a narcissist and who've got frontotemporal dementia and a whole bunch of other things, and is a perfect storm. And you see how people are coddling it and not calling it out. So, you know, what we gonna say?
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Appreciate you.
Anytime you want to drink tea, let me know. I have so much more to tell, but I have to hush my mouth. My mouth. My mouth.
Did she say frontal lobe dementia?
Haven't I called it too? I have been saying it.
He has frontotemporal dementia, no control of his impulses. Mouth open, Tory jump out.
Well, I'm glad it's being said by a doctor, because I've been saying it for the longest while, but nobody now listen to me. But, you know, so thank you, Dr. Leslie, for echoing my sentiments. True, me not have no little qualification. Them not take me seriously.
That's all right. They go learn.
We don't need a medical doctor to know that. We just need, what we say earlier, open our ears and look through our eyes, right?
Yeah, but you've not called anyone dotish, don'ts, drunk. I love to play with big balls. Oh, these small balls. You are.
Next story. We're still in Trinidad. This is the last one. Okay, coming. So these are the stories we had for Jamaica, which I'll be able to get to them hopefully tomorrow. And I want us to talk about them. Where Ronnie Thwaites regrets calling children Lego beasts, but stands by substance of criticism. We also had Jamaican diaspora urged. Well, no, we did that one. Sorry. The other one that I had was Prime Minister says doctoral degree gives new outlook on tackling pew problems in Jamaica. So, Dr. Holness, you did really need a degree to make you recognize or have a new outlook on how to tackle the problems in Jamaica. It took a doctoral degree for you to recognize. Miss me with the BS, but tomorrow, hopefully, the website is working. Why open up your eyes, Mr. President? I want the man said, and a doctoral degree give him a new outlook. He could have come a coffee and told him, give him a new outlook long time. We could have saved him a lot of money, just that we wouldn't have been able to bestow upon him the title of doctor. You know, we wouldn't have been able to do that. But I'm saying I have a new outlook.
Dr. Crime?
You're going to leave my Prime Minister alone, you know. I true, me don't have no dirt pan your Prime Minister over there, Mr. Dick and Mitchell, you know. Why you over here and run your mouth on my Prime Minister, you know. But we
just call it how we see it. No, we just call it how we see it in the interest of everybody. You know, I couldn't go in as Dr. Leslie because I'm from the outside. I don't want to, you know, accused of not liking the Prime Minister elect. But you know, me and Dr. Holness have a love-hate relationship. I just praise him and criticize him in the same sentence. When he do something good, I call it out. And when he do something bad, I call it out. So
with your elitist president over the Dr. Dickon Mitchell,
they can try anything. I have a long way to go. We still have to give him grace and hope he keep his head on his shoulder.
Mr. President, you're from Grenada, right?
Yeah, you're spicy.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, so I'm supposed to be meeting with Dickon today.
Oh.
You're in safe hands, man. You're in safe hands.
I don't know. When he taking picture, he just be a mile away. Like, you know what, get cues or nothing.
Hey. Listen, the man ain't have a full tummy yet. Easy. Go easy on the man. I don't want you corrupting him, you know.
Dr. Leslie,
don't corrupt him.
Above everybody.
Because right now, we can't have the man so lovesick he can't run the country, you know. So
wait, I need to find out about his love life. So he dated?
You got to call it the Grenada Enquirer because I don't have those kind of information.
Information to the ambassador.
He's openly listens. I think he's very humble, and he receives people a lot easily, you know, and he listens to criticisms, he listens to points of views. And I think you could have some common, you know, discourse.
Before, we've had conversations before.
Yeah, so you're in safe hands as to his personal life. I mean, once the camera is off, don't ask him on a hot mic, you know. Make sure, because I don't want it to go viral.
President, you think I get to
I don't know. There are people that set you up with the hot mics, you know. So make sure you remove that mic and everything before you start talking. Because you know they do it to the current president here in the US, right?
See if your stars are aligned. He was born October 8th. So he's 46 years old, folks. 1977. Let's see if the stars aligned.
boy? Eligible age.
Deacon Amiss Thomas Mitchell. Why don't you give him the name Amiss? What is he missing? What is he?
I don't like that first name because if I want to call him by short, you know? Okay.
Tasha said from the heart. He's Jamaican. Tasha, something you need to know. Find out for all of us.
He's one of the new PM that is pushing he along with me and for like a more Caribbean unity and stuff. But I think he studied the Maurice Bishop blueprint. I saw it since he was campaigning, and he's trying subtly to implement some of these things. So remember, Maurice Bishop always was a Pan-Africanist and always looked to never spoke in international forums about Grenada. He always would have encapsulated the Caribbean as a whole in his speeches and stuff. And I think Deacon is trying to go somewhat in that direction. But that's the direction that every PM in the Caribbean has to go. But I think he's close to me in regards to those things. There you go.
Dr. Leslie, what's his short name?
You're messy, yeah?
James, time out, James. Time out.
You messy, James. James, where you from?
James is from Jamaica.
You from Jamaica? You messy.
I just want to hear it in her Trini accent.
Messy. Don't worry about that.
Jamaican married to a Vincentian.
Oh, God bless you. I'm just kidding.
I talk about the people in business. Lord of mercy, James.
And a girlfriend from Puerto Rico.
By way of Antigua.
Grenadian heritage.
James, we have to you like you CARICOM, the president of CARICOM.
Listen, carry come and carry go, you know.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm trying to get the position. I'm trying to convince Mia Motley that it's not wise for the Prime Minister to be head of CARICOM at the same time. Appoint someone separate. So I'm working.
I think that was a good point, you know, on your point perspective, where CARICOM should have steady leadership as opposed to every year we have somebody coming up, or every 2 years or so, where we should have it as a body that is steady and it can have some continuity and stuff and vision and so on.
Yeah.
So that was a good point, James.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with that. All right, folks, last story out of the Caribbean corner before we move on to stories out of Latin America. Trinidad, the highest ranked Caribbean country on a World Press Freedom Index 2025. This article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Trinidad and Tobago has emerged as the highest ranked Caribbean country on the 2025 World Press Freedom Index. This was published by, Reporters Without Borders, RSF, climbing to 19th place globally with a score of 79.71. The country improved from 25th in 2024, continuing its track record of relatively strong press freedom. Somebody check and tell me where the US fall on this, please and thank you. Although RSF notes there is still room for improvement. The World Press Freedom Index is RSF's annual assessment of the state of journalism in 180 countries and territories. So what does the RSF do? It evaluates media independence, journalist safety, legislative frameworks, and the economic conditions that influence press freedom. Again, me beg on a dose, smarty check which part the US drop on That. Thank you so much, Dr. Leslie. It's a pleasure having you as always. Jamaica, often seen as a press freedom leader in the region, saw a slight dip in its ranking, falling 26th from 24th last year. While freedom of the press has improved over the past 2 decades, RSF flagged a growing gulf of distrust. By the way, tell Mr. Mitchell that we do appreciate him and we talk about him all the time, right here on Coffee and Talk.
If I go, oh gosh, I have so much thing to do today, but I will. I'm trying to organize my schedule. I have 3 things this afternoon, and going to DC is a trip sometimes, so.
So it is. So it is. To whom much is given, much is required. That's
I need a driver. Who want to come and chauffeur me around?
I'll be there soon. Hold tight.
Them gremlins, James or Mr. President, do it.
Mr. President is a house.
You have to ask Javette if it's okay.
Azzy.
I can't manage, Lord of mercy. So, yes, folks, the World Press Freedom Index. I agree, as the US will only share the stats that make it look good. Me want to agree with you. All right, folks, stories out of Latin America. 10 minutes after the top of the hour, Mexico's president says she rejected Trump's plan to send US troops across the border. Article courtesy of NPR. I'm a girl. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said on Saturday that US President Donald Trump proposed sending American troops into Mexico to help her administration fight illicit substance trafficking, but that she rejected it. Her remarks to supporters in eastern Mexico came in response to a Wall Street Journal article published the day before, describing a tense phone call last month in which Trump reportedly pressured her to accept a bigger role for the US military in combating drug cartels in Mexico. He said, "How can we help you fight illicit trafficking? I propose that the United States military come in and help you." And you know what I said to him? "No, President Trump," she added. "Sovereignty is not for sale. Sovereignty is loved and defended." White House National Security Council spokesman James Hewitt said in a statement later Saturday that Trump has worked closely with Mexico's president to achieve the most secure southwest border in history. Dangerous foreign terrorist organizations, however, continue to threaten our shared security, and as such, the illicit substances and crime they spread threaten American communities across the country. The president has been crystal clear that Mexico must do more to combat these gangs and cartels, and the United States stands ready to assist and expand the already close cooperation between our 2 countries. The US military presence has increased steadily along its southern border with Mexico in recent months, following Trump's order in January to increase the Army's role in stemming the flow of immigrants. The US Northern Command has surged troops and equipment to the border, increased manned surveillance flights to monitor fentanyl trafficking along the border, and sought expanded authority for US Special Forces to work closely with Mexican forces conducting operations against cartels. Interestingly, I saw a video, somebody put a video on TikTok, and in the video they said, if you stopped Americans from going to Mexico, you would see Americans climbing the wall to go get their fentanyl.
What I can say, moments, is that Sheinbaum, and that's what I say, she's very skilled at using the press, because that's where Trump is usually get a lot of his coverage and stuff. But every time something happens, she comes out ahead of him and set the narrative. So she get to tell her story every single time. And she's very, very good at that. And that is one of the ways in which she managed him. Because usually he comes out, tell the story, and then somebody has to come in and refute the story and say it's not true the way China did it twice after he said live that, he had some deal with them. But what she does not wait for him to come out with the story. She preempt him and she get her narrative out there. And she do it in such a skilled way that oftentimes he does not even have a rebuttal. That is where I think her biggest strength lies.
Listen, she does not mince words, and she doesn't hesitate to set the record straight. Absolutely. And okay, my live visibility has been restricted in search results because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines. Reason: discussing drugs or other regulated substances. Okay, TikTok. This is a news article. This is a concern that the President of the United States of America has in the country that we're talking about. This article is from npr.org, where our president is wanting to gain some control to stop the illicit trafficking. So whoever on the outside or on the inside of the space of Caffeine Told Live that saw it fit to report the live, have a good life. Have a good life.
That's probably the for themselves, the vex. Wow, that's crazy.
You people are crazy as heck. That's all I can say.
Well, I honestly don't think
Fire go burn them.
I don't think you were reported. I think it's some type of AI something that is listening in. Because you wasn't reading a news article when you said the word with the F. You said someone said something and, we would climb over the border to get the F if it's spelled with
But
F.
here's the thing. The thing is it is all up and down the article, and I changed the name to illicit, and then in talking because say whatever. But it is a crisis in the country, and the president wants to get control of, Anyway, as I was saying,
been firing administration officials all that much because partly most of them have really learned a lesson about staying on his good side. Let me show you how bad it can get. 3 days ago, Pam Bondi was on Fox News making an outrageous claim about Trump's success stopping fentanyl deaths.
Since Donald Trump has been in office.
So question, this particular video that has the word in it, why is it that the video not taken down?
DEA had seized over 21 million fentanyl pills. That's 21 million lives saved, in my opinion.
21 million people. 21 million people. Just for context, 70,000 people die from fentanyl in an entire year. But we're supposed to believe that in 3 months, Trump prevented 21 million fentanyl deaths. I guess a lot more people were planning to try fentanyl this year, huh?
So I guess because I don't have millions of followers, it's a problem for me. But the Daily Show with $9.8 million can post the content with the word over and over again, and it's not suppressed, it's not taken down. Explain that to me.
They're considered, unfortunately, a real news show versus we are just, minions speaking on a show.
Playing back their content or reading articles from mainstream media. Explain that.
Yeah. It's accepted. We're not mainstream. We're just intelligent people that like to have discussions on what's being said from day to day.
Well, good for them. But I'm now shut the lab down and I'm going to keep it moving. If it's a 30, they have restricted it, so which means they're no longer going to push it out for the remainder of the show. That's all right. No, now we're myself. Who search for me and find me, search for me and find me, and I just saw the thing go. We're just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go. Take it slow. Why you come with a song? As and I'll tell you something, I'm also suppressed on YouTube, You know that? Yep. I'm suppressed on YouTube as well.
Really?
Yes, I am.
So you see what Ozzy said about some type of AI they use for whatever. I don't even want to call the name.
Yeah. The channel has not. It's not. Yeah, they have suppressed me on YouTube as well. It is what it is. You can't keep a good man down. Oh, the rest of that song go.
Yeah, you might as well play it. Since you suppress. I love that song too.
I will sing that song there again. I'll forget that.
Just ordinary people. We ordinary, that's what they think.
Yeah. Sizzler. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm telling the people them and the DJ them and the singer them and the building. Can't keep a good man down, I just saw the thing go. I saw it go. What we are gonna do? Oh, but hold on, let me tell them this at the meantime. Just give me a try. I'm not even unmute the song for YouTube, Right now, me in a state of I don't give a damn.
Where do you go to need my love, baby? Why can't you come on and let us play? Where are you going to come my way? What sort of things they've been telling you? I got to stop them from compelling you, girl. They just won't stop me from getting you. Give me a try. I'm gonna take you right there. Love for a lifetime. I'm gonna make you like.
But I gotta make you know one thing. I'm as solid as a rock.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown. Who damn best I say no man girls. Things get better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for the hurt. They found no weapon, just only a dropper. But I'm so solid as a rock, they just can't stop me now. Even when they set their traps, they just can't stop me now. People will say this and that, they just can't stop me now.
I'm just gonna go and hold it firm.
All I'm saying, I've been here all day of my life. Works good and queer, I behold with my sight. Some will share, others do as they like. Here all day of my life. Works good and queer, I behold with my sight. Some will share, others do as they like. Some you flesh them want here with them fork and knife. Some don't care. It's likewise. After killing under every time, but I'm holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. Jaja come a plan with success. Holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. You won't think I'm in the mess. You say I'm rude. It's an attitude, yeah. I don't choose, I don't lose, so go on your way. Money is the order of your day. Choosing your way, that won't stay. Want to come to prove I don't choose, and then it's me and I love me include.
Yeah. Yes, Ja, I was a born a rebel still enough. Always a rebel, will die a rebel.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I am a
I'm the
rebellious
same way.
soul.
I am the same way.
Me might be a nobody to Uno. Me is somebody to my creator. He created me for a purpose and put something on my heart for a purpose. If it don't sit well with you, oh well, take that up with God, not me. Sorry, not sorry.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the altar is open. Now is your time to come to the Lord. You sinner, you wretched sinner man. Come to the Lord. Because you pissed off the Jamaican. You piss you off all the way off. But the devil is a lie. He's a big fat lie. The devil need to be an Ozempic. Shakatata. All right then.
Not Ozempic.
Them don't know, so we are mad people. Caribbean people are normal people, you know. We don't still know that, you know. Not no face we still know. We keep it moving. We go and trad in other people them land. I just say go. Right?
We extraordinary. That's the thing. We are extraordinary. And that's what they can't deal with. We set the standard for so many things. Don't test with no man.
Okay? I will keep it moving. So, I can't suppress the live as much as I want, and I can't take it out. So I'm not going to recommend it to people as much as I like, because when I have this AI thing programmed or somebody reported, I don't care, I'm in a business, we keep it moving. Jah Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure.
Come on, man! Big up, selector!
Yes! So, Claudia Scheinbaum, do your thing. Hold on to your country. She did also say that we can work together, right? But you in your territory and us in ours. Yeah, that should say. And we have to learn to respect countries and their leaders and their citizens and their laws and their requisites. Plain and simple. You know, we can't think we can command their everything. Venezuela rejects ICJ ruling to halt elections in Guyana Essequibo region. Venezuela, according to Caribbean National Weekly, Venezuela has categorically rejected a ruling from the United Nations' top court ordering it to halt upcoming elections for officials. Hold on a second. Something just down for me. I need to check something real quick because them did flag me the other day, you know. Them flagged me for Friday night. Yeah.
Why?
And I had to appeal it, and I won the appeal. Them flagged me. So let me see if them what them do this time now. Hold on there, hold it there. Hold on a second. I'm gonna bear with me 1 second. I check in something real quick. Because I mean I guess once we're done, I'll be able to see what they're doing. All right, so I saw it go.
Wait, what they flag you for? The music you played?
Expletives. Inappropriate language.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, indeed. But anyway, that's my finger. We're there. But I appealed it and they reversed the decision.
So, I mean, all the stuff that. So, are those people paying to be on the site? Is that why they're able to do all the things they do?
If you get more flags, it will be carnival.
The stuff I see, I don't understand how the little bit that we do, we get flagged.
I get it, Ja. If you notice when you scroll through on some people, you know what they do? They put up them cash app or they put up them whatever payment system. They do not, because what happens when you get flagged or according to them, when you break bad community guidelines, they take away whatever it is that you've earned. So I get why people say screw it and just do what they do the other way. Now I understand. Yeah, grab something and wave indeed. Yeah. Me like this slug up here. In case you didn't know TikTok, that is still going to pay. Don't worry yourself. All right. So Venezuela has categorically rejected a ruling from the United Nations, its top court, ordering it to halt upcoming elections for officials intended to govern the disputed Essequibo region, a territory claimed by both Venezuela and neighboring Guyana. In a statement that was released on Friday, the government of President Nicolas Maduro firmly opposed the International Court of Justice's authority over the matter, insisting that international law does not permit the court to interfere in what it deems internal Venezuelan affairs. Me have a simple fix. I know Mr. President did say no, it's not practical. Did he say it's not practical or that wouldn't work? When I say, so the Essequibo region is 2/3 of Guyana. The Essequibo region is Hot Gala Road. She have on our Prada blouse, our Burberry scarf, her Chanel bag with our Louboutins on our feet. Real Hot Gala out the road because of the oil, right? So what is happening now, the Essequibo region is technically Guyana. And the Essequibo region makes up 2/3 of Guyana. But Venezuela say, with them big broad self, say, after we country that, after we land that, it don't belong to no Guyana. We want back with things. You see what like an oil can do? When girl look good, when girl look crabby, nobody know what the girl know, but the minute the girl doll up herself and look good and every man I run her down, that's when the man want her back. That's when the man want rope in. And that's going on with Venezuela right now. It is not the International Court of Justice. And let us, if we go way back in history, we have to thank the United Kingdom for this corruption that's going on. You know, when the United Kingdom back in the day, way back in the day, when them go around and draw a line, yeah, so line, they saw line everywhere to create these borders, they created a little confusion, you know? And this confusion was never sorted out. It was never ratified, so to speak. So now, because of hot gal, yeah, Venezuela, rightly so, is, you know, stepping up and saying, slow your roll. But guess who moving upon them now? You know who? The pimp. Yeah, the pimp moving and said, don't worry. Don't worry about Venezuela. We got you, Guyana. Venezuela big, bad and broad, but don't worry about them. And you, we are back. You are who we want to work for we. That's what the pimp has said. So the pimp is saying if anything for happen, they will send out them bad boy, them out a road. Yeah, put them out to the ocean. I think them don't have a shit down there already, you know. And I think them are trying to set up base over there in a Trinidad because of the proximity when you talk about Trinidad and the top of South America. And there things are going down there like an isle. But what are gonna do? We don't want an eruption. We do not. Yes, Essequibo region are the real dancehall queen. For real. Are the Dali. But let us remember something, folks. If there is no oil, if there are no minerals, the pimp now come. The pimp now support you. If you are of zero value to this pimp, if the pimp cannot make a money off of you, then you're not going to get street protection, so to speak. Did I say it right? I saw the thing go. I just saw it go. For those of you who are not understanding what I'm saying, I encourage you to head on over to Google and just look up the history between the Guyana and Venezuela as it relates to the Essequibo region. That's Essequibo. All right? Yeah. You never say, well, then done ban married. You never say smoke, then done flag married. You never say smoke without fire. We can put it that way then. All right? All right. Sort out the thing. All right, next up, time for stories on the international scene. UK police have arrested 7 Iranians over alleged threats to national security. This article courtesy of AlJazeera.com. The United Kingdom has arrested 8 men, including 7 Iranian nationals, as part of 2 investigations regarding alleged threats to national security. London's Metropolitan Police confirmed the arrests on Sunday, saying 5 men, including 4 of the Iranian nationals, were detained on suspicion of preparation of a terrorist act, while the other 3 were being held under national security legislation, which was introduced in 2023 to counter the actions of hostile states. Also on the international scene, Israel's plan for Gaza. Lord have mercy. Let's take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR. Let's see what they're up to now. We already know.
This message comes from Progressive Insurance and the Name Your Price tool. It helps you find
Can I play Progressive promo because when I get paid for that? Hold on there, people.
the insurance company and affiliates. Law, not available in all states.
A lot of short daily news podcasts focus on just one story.
All right, while this doing this, hold on, folks. I have to refresh this thing here. Let me close this out and start it over because I don't know. Because what's going on, NPR? What am I doing? Mess with you, NPR? Don't mess with you. The whole of we not same boat, you know. Me, you, PBS, Grouch, Oscar. We all in the same boat. I think Oscar need to make space in the what you call it, the garbage can. Come hang out. All right, let's try this again.
This message comes from Progressive Insurance and the Name Your Price tool. It helps you find car insurance options in your budget.
Let's see what happens
today at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty
Of the world's top headlines every day in under 15.
To help you make sense of the economic news indicated from Planet Money.
It's the country. Whatever changes this action brings, NPR's commitment to reporting the news will never change. Even as paywalls rise elsewhere, we offer this vital resource to everyone to rely on by visiting donate.npr. Today on State of the World, Israel's plans for Gaza.
Finally.
You're listening to State of the World from NPR. We bring you the day's most vital international stories up close where they're happening. It's Monday, April 5th. I'm Greg Dixon. Israel has a new ultimatum for Hamas. Release the hostages held in Gaza, or else Israel will expand the war. Israel also plans a major shift in how food and supplies are handed out in Gaza. The United Nations calls the proposal inhumane. NPR's Daniel Estrin in Tel Aviv has been reporting on these new plans by Israel. He spoke to Ari Shapiro about what he's learned.
What exactly is Israel threatening to do in Gaza?
The Israeli cabinet approved new plans last night. The plans are to intensify the war in Gaza, and Israeli officials have offered some basic details. They plan to seize more land in Gaza and to have soldiers stay there indefinitely, and also to push the population of Gaza into the southernmost area of Gaza along the Egypt border, where they would get their food and basic supplies.
So how likely is it to actually happen?
That's really unclear. I mean, reservist soldiers are already being called up to report for duty, tens of thousands of them, to help support this expanded offensive. But an Israeli official, speaking on condition of anonymity because he was not authorized to speak publicly, has told reporters that they're actually going to give Hamas another week to agree to release Israeli hostages on Israel's favored terms. And they want to wait for President Trump to finish his tour of the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates. He'll finish that up next week and then see whether Hamas agrees. If they don't, then they will continue with this offensive. But one major issue that's already setting up a standoff with the United Nations is Israel's plan for changing the way they deliver food in Gaza.
I want to ask you about those changes because Israel has already blocked all food and supplies into Gaza for a couple months. You've reported on widespread hunger and malnutrition there. So what is the UN's objection to Israel's new plan for bringing in food?
A lot of objections, and I've spoken to several officials and people briefed on Israel's plans. The plans are to shutter hundreds of soup kitchens and aid centers across Gaza and restrict food to only be delivered in an Israeli military guarded area in southern Gaza, and that U.S. security contractors would be in charge of handing out food and basic household supplies, and that they would use facial recognition screening to vet people coming to get the aid. Now, Israel says that this system will isolate Hamas. Israel accuses Hamas of stealing aid for its own fighters. And Israel has asked the United Nations and other aid groups to take part in this new system, but they say they won't cooperate. They're saying in a statement that this would be using aid as a weapon of war to try to achieve military objectives. Now, our colleague in Gaza, NPR's Anas Baba, asked a resident of northern Gaza, Bassem Shanera, what he thinks. This is a man who is far away from where the food would be distributed.
An absolute crazy of how we would be going 30 or 40 kilometers to take food parcels. And they told us it's like dry food, not a fresh food, which made us feel like animals, actually.
Feel like animals, he says. And it's not just people in Gaza worried about these new Israeli plans for the war. Many soldiers in Israel, reservists, are weary after many rounds of service in Gaza. Even the leader of Israel's opposition has questioned the wisdom of expanding the offensive there.
That is NPR's Daniel Estrin reporting from Tel Aviv. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think any of us here are surprised with what's going on. We've seen how things have played out over the year plus, 18 plus months that this has been going on. So I don't think any of us are surprised. By the way, have the fires quelled? Have they gained control of the fires over there? Is local media even talking about it? Because everything that I've seen is from the international news outlets with regard to the fires over there, yeah. Time for stories out of North America. I don't know if I'm to laugh or I'm to cry on this one. A little concerned, or a little concerned to say the least. Let me see if I can find the video on TikTok for this one. Oh, by the way, so sad. But then I gotta know what y'all gonna do, and I'm not gonna condone Alexia and other soldiers' insensitivity at this point in time. I'm not gonna do it, and them know exactly what I'm talking about. Trump says, "I don't know," when asked if he should uphold the Constitution. According to AlJazeera.com, President Donald Trump has said he is unsure whether people in the United States are entitled to due process rights guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution as his administration pushes aggressively to deport immigrants who enter the country without documents and other non-citizens, including some detained for pro-Palestinian activism and other political speech. Trump made his comments during an interview which was taped on Friday at his Mar-a-Lago property in Florida, and it was aired Sunday on the NBC News program Meet the Press with Kristen Welker. Welker asked Trump whether he agreed with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said last month that, of course, all people in the U.S. are entitled to due process, which generally requires the government to provide notice and a hearing before taking certain adverse legal actions. Trump said, "I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. adding that such a requirement would mean would have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. The Constitution's Fifth Amendment provides due process of law, meaning a person has certain rights when it comes to being prosecuted for a crime. Also, the 14th Amendment says no state can deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of the law. Trump added that his lawyers are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. He said he was pushing to deport some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth, but that courts are getting in his way. Trump said, I was elected to get them the hell out of there, and the courts are holding me from doing that. On April 19, the Supreme Court justices temporarily barred the Trump administration from deporting a group of Venezuelan migrants it accused of being gang members. Trump's administration, which has invoked a rarely used 18th century wartime law, has urged the justices to lift or narrow their order.
So he also said, what little bit that I heard, that the courts don't have time to try all those cases. So he's saving the courts by doing what he's doing. Okay. We don't have enough judges. Is that because you are trying to get rid of the ones that don't want to follow your way? Okay. All right.
Get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country. Here's something else we've done that, and I say this unapologetically: rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and.
So I don't know if Marco Rubio saw what he was doing in this video when he was speaking emphatically about the, ridding the country of certain elements. He kept pointing at his president when he said those words. And I was like, hold on.
Rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country.
Nobody couldn't tell him, say, oh, yo, take your finger off of him. You're pointing at the president as you're saying these things.
I want receipts.
You understand that?
No. I want receipts for the things that they're saying, because I bet you if they go to the courts and get a list of said people who are in those categories, is going to be more of them than more of the migrants.
Yo, we just found out some freaking news, man. So if you haven't heard, okay, there was a New York Times reporter, okay, that found out that there was a deal between Nayib Bukele and Donald Trump. The deal was that Donald Trump was going to send Nayib Bukele convicted criminals to El Salvador. The reason was because what Bukele has done in CCOP prison and in El Salvador is he has worked deals with these gang members. So he made deals with them, and then he goes around and reneges on those deals so he can lock up the criminals and make El Salvador safe. Now what happened is some of the people that he made deals with were actually people that were leaving and getting out of El Salvador. Now what these people did was when they got out of El Salvador, some of them went to America. When they were in America, they did some crimes, and some of those crimes are very heinous. So they're in lockup. They got locked up here in America. So apparently there were 9 criminals that Nayib Bukele was looking for. The reason he wanted those 9 was because they had dirt on Bukele, that if these people were going to go
to jail and then see a judge, they were going to rat out Bukele. Nayib Bukele did not want that. He does not want any of his information out there. He wants to be looked at as like this good guy. So what does Bukele do? He talks to Trump and says, yo, I got this prison. I kind of need some help, and I got some people that I heard you want to get rid of. So of those 9, he goes, secretly, let me get some of those guys back. So the whole point of the whole reason of these people, of the 238 that were sent to El Salvador, the whole reason was so they can keep a lid on what these people knew. So instead of it looking like he's just getting the 9 criminals that escaped El Salvador, he's getting convicted criminals. All that Nayib Bukele wanted, though, was the 9 convicted criminals. Now it's starting to come out because the world and world leaders are starting to find out what Bukele has done. Even El Salvador's president questioned Trump.
So he's reading the headline from The Independent. What is what he's reading right now.
Trump's team on if migrants being sent were actually gang members. He's starting to question because now eyes are all on Nayib Bukele. El Salvador's Nayib Bukele privately expressed concerns about who the Trump administration sent to El Salvador's terrorism confinement center. All eyes are on Nayib Bukele.
So it goes a little deeper because there is another news report that there is some $300 million at stake for El Salvador. And there allegedly there seems to be some distancing now.
You guys, you go get some coffee because I'm about to bring the tea. Okay, so we know Bukele, right, down in El Salvador. Little homie is having buyer's remorse, and let me tell you why. This is so funny to me. Okay, so there was this investigative reporting that came out from the New York Times, right, that basically said Bukele is like, I don't know how I feel about this deal anymore. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. Why? So I did a bunch of research. Y'all are gonna love this. Okay, you know how they made that dumb deal and Trump's going to pay Bukele $6 million. So Bukele was like, oh yeah, $6 million. Like, yeah, let's do this. Fun little fact. When you thug out so hard on the international stage, you better hope people aren't paying attention. But of course, that's not what happened. So for whatever reason, the whole Kilmar Garcia case, that really just got legs under it here in America. I think worldwide, but definitely here in America. So people are paying attention, right? And then 60 Minutes did that expose where it came out that 75% of the people that are being held in Bukele's Seacoat facility they don't have criminal records. So the deal said convicted criminals, right? Principally, they were supposedly trying to isolate MS-13 and TDA gang members, right? But the deal stipulated convicted criminals. And so now that there's so much international coverage of this story because of the no due process situation, where basically people are just being just taken and thrown on a plane and shoved in Seacoat, now the whole world is looking, and who are they looking at? They're looking at 2 people, President Trump and Bukele. But Bukele's got his hands on the hot potato because he's the one holding them. And then, of course, you have Van Hollen go down there. So, the eyes of the world are sort of turning on him. And now Bukele is like, well, hold up. You guys, see, our deal said convicted criminals, right? Stay with me, guys, because you're going to see in a minute here that Bukele's hands are going to be completely tied here in a second. So Bukele's deal with the Trump administration said convicted criminals. Well, of course, these people weren't convicted because they weren't tried, but they weren't given any due process. So contractually, Bukele can say, he has a couple options. He can say, let's renegotiate so that the terms of convicted criminal stipulated so that he can make sure to insulate himself, right, from backlash. Because if he says, look, they have to be convicted, well, then Trump can't just deport people, can't just send people to El Salvador with no due process. So that stops that problem right there. He could suspend the agreement and say, hold up, our deal said convicted criminals, so you have to take these people back, give them due process, and then if they're convicted, then potentially they could come back. Or he could just terminate the deal completely and say, hey, there's too much reputation damage here. You guys are acting in bad faith. We don't want anything to do with this contract. And here comes the fun part. El Salvador is a member of the UN, United Nations. The UN gives out a lot of money every year to certain countries. El Salvador is one of them. Peacekeeping, human rights, development, humanitarian aid. So I looked up how much they're on schedule to receive this year. Why do I mention the UN? Because of course, so Venezuela's president is saying, hey, Bukele is down there just kidnapping people, right? So now the whole world's kind of looking at Bukele like, hey, you now know that you're holding people, you're kidnapping people, and you're basically holding them prisoner for money, ransom. So that doesn't look good for Bukele, right? The UN this year is on schedule to give El Salvador $301.5 million in aid. $301.5 million versus $6 million. Which one would you do? So the whole point is, if the international community is going to lean on the UN about these human rights violations, the UN can say, look, we're just going to suspend aid because you're over here playing fast and loose and you're in bed with Dirty Don over here acting unlawfully, and we're not going to give you aid. So then Bukele really has to choose, like, what do I want to do here? And then even worse than that, the World Bank and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, they can say, hey, we're not going to give any loans for development because of what's happening here. You're violating human rights and breaking international law, and we can't be associated with that. So Bukele is going to find himself in a really bad position here in a little while. I just had to let you guys know this because it never occurred.
Trump administration has deported hundreds of men without providing evidence of gang membership. In one prominent case, that of Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, authorities ignored a court order that was supposed to protect him from deportation to El Salvador. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement lawyers later acknowledged that his removal was an administrative error. And you have to be in Miami to know how much deeper this goes. Yes, brother people. I saw the thing said to the people that attack. All eyes are now on El Salvador. And she said something there, 6 million or 300 million. Which one you taking? What are you taking? $6 million? 300. Lord have, oh, by the way, this one.
We love that bill. I won't like it if it doesn't pass. Neither will you. Doesn't pass, your taxes are going to go up 68%. So think of it, 68. And this is a religious ceremony to me, but that's part of the religion. Because if your taxes go up 68%, you might give up your religion. You might have no choice. You'll be working too hard to try and make it. And that's the Democrats. That's what they'll give you. They'll vote against it. It's not even believable. It's called Trump derangement syndrome because honestly, everything in there is good for Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else. And I want to thank you and this group and all of the people that are over there right now, not in the sun. They're working on the bill. It will be the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our Congress, our Senate, and Congress. That's a big achievement. And very simply, to finish that, we will make America rich and healthy again. And why don't we say rich, healthy, and religious again? Okay, shall I add that for this group? Right, Dan Patrick?
Let's go ahead and wrap up on air. Thank you, Ja. I have to wrap up the Internet Radio live stream. Say a big thank you to everyone who listened on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Download the Jano Radio app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, God willing, for another episode of Coffee in Tow, World Views on the Go, brought to you by LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you and a grand coffee house from our farms to your cups. I invite you to join us on YouTube Live, Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. We are continuing there as well as on TikTok. Until tomorrow morning, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you so much for your patience, YouTube and TikTok. We are officially off the air. Where was I? What did I just do? Go ahead, niece. Man, forget a minute a while ago.
Hey, so, I remember growing up in a country that I'm very fond of. I won't call any country names right now. I don't think but people remember when, like, every minute there was judicial pew-pewing, and every report was, and the pew-pew was found in bushes nearby, every single one of them. And I'm like, how is it that all of them have the same MO, right? But not only that, if it is that they're doing this and saying this, why don't they trust the judicial system enough to know that rather than pew-pewing being the only option, that they're able to take them in and due process, yeah? And it speaks to the system. The system is designed to protect persons neutrally through due process, but also it speaks to our evidence gathering capability in the Caribbean, but also here, because it's frowned upon when a popo chooses to pew-pew rather than go through the judicial system. It is frowned upon when the head of state is electing to bypass the judicial system, which is a confession that there's no faith in it, which is a confession that he or she is then judge, juror, and executioner. Right? And it speaks volume that, okay, fine. Yes, these things are in place to protect persons and go through judicial system. And if it is that we're not doing it to the point where we're electing this final decision on our own out there in the streets, that further training is needed. Empower these persons on evidence gathering, how to do a stakeout, how to gather information, what information needs to be gathered before you take somebody into the jailhouse, so as not to breach their human rights. And it's something that needs to be looked at across the board, not just third world countries, but also here. It is obviously evident here that they also don't trust their system as it relates to how they deal with these persons, or persons are exploiting the system because there's loophole in there.
Too many loopholes. I have one word for it, niece. It's so funny that you talk about the pew-pews found in nearby bushes. If it's not the pew-pews found in nearby bushes, remember those who used the pew-pews escaped in nearby bushes. Always. Even if a pure concrete around, those nearby bushes are something else. If those nearby bushes could speak, they would tell us the truth. But anyway,
Messy.
the order of the day is the letter. So hold on. I can't spell. Hold on, let me make sure I spell the word right before I run off my mouth. Lord have mercy. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 3. 10. It's a 10-letter word. Start with C. That's what is the order of the day, niece. That is at the root of it, unfortunately, of everything. Anyway, so boy. Them say Father, I must still in think a cool breeze. Make them go and sit down there. Make them go and sit down there. You better. Hey. Next up, I'll give you $1,000 to leave. Anybody wants $1,000 to self-deport? Anybody?
What I'm supposed to do with that?
Be grateful. My gosh. Be grateful. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security yesterday announced a new. Was it yesterday or was it on month? What is today? Yesterday, yeah, yesterday. Lord have mercy, on the 5th. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security yesterday announced a new voluntary self-deportation initiative that will provide illegal immigrants with both travel arrangements and a $1,000 stipend for returning to their country of origin. Through the newly launched feature in the CBP Home app, undocumented individuals can submit their intent to depart and receive travel assistance to leave the U.S. without facing arrest or detention. DHS officials confirmed that the first participant in the program, a Honduran national, has already returned home after flying from Chicago to Honduras. Additional flights have been booked for others planning to follow suit. The initiative is being framed as a cost-saving alternative to traditional deportation methods. DHS estimates that self-deportation via CBP Home will reduce government removal costs by approximately 70%, noting that the average cost for arrest, detention, and removal currently stands at $17,121 per individual. So if you're here illegally, self-deportation is the best, safest, and most cost-effective way to leave the United States to avoid arrest. DHS is now offering illegal aliens financial travel assistance and a stipend to return to their home country through the CBP Home app. That's according to Secretary Kristi Noem. This is the safest option for our law enforcement, aliens, and is a 70% savings for U.S. taxpayers. Download the CBP app. She said this, right? Download the CBP Home app today and self-deport.
You forgot the other part that she usually says, and you may be able to come back at a later date.
Operative word, may. Oh, by the way, those who participate in the program will be deprioritized for detention and removal as long as they demonstrate progress toward departure. DHS also indicated that voluntarily leaving the U.S. through the app could help preserve future legal reentry options. There it is, Ja.
That same $1,000, do I have to pay for my airfare, or are you?
No, they will cover you. You will get financial travel assistance and
Okay.
the stipend.
Oh, okay. Just asking for a friend.
But you don't qualify because you're not an illegal alien. You're not an undocumented person here, so you don't qualify. Just sorry, you got to stick it out with the rest of us.
for the moment. He coming for everybody.
Trump says he will reopen Alcatraz for the most ruthless and violent prisoners. We have this one courtesy of NPR. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Alcatraz once held some of America's most infamous criminals, names like Al Capone, Machine Gun Kelly, and Whitey Bulger. The island prison shut down more than 60 years ago, and now President Trump says he wants to reopen it to house what he calls...
Oh, by the way, so somebody did some research. Let me tell you something. People savvy out there now, savvy bad. How did they know that while at Mar-a-Lago on Sunday, he got the idea from watching a show? Let's go.
and ruthless offenders. As NPR Scott Newman reports, history suggests that could be a costly and complicated move.
With a helicopter whirring on the tarmac, President Trump on Sunday told reporters about his latest idea to revive Alcatraz.
But it's a symbol of law and order. And it's got quite a history, frankly. So I think we're going to do that, and we're looking at it right now.
The president says he's ordered the Bureau of Prisons, Department of Justice, FBI, and Homeland Security to reopen and enlarge the notorious facility. Jolene Babiak lived on Alcatraz Island as a child and teenager. Her father was an associate warden there. She's written several books on the history of the maximum security prison. Here's what she thinks about Trump's announcement.
My reaction was 2 words: water and sewage.
The sewage from the inmates and their guards was dumped straight into the bay. She also says that resupplying the island proved extremely costly, 3 times the operating costs of other federal prisons at the time.
They used to say you could put a man in the Waldorf Astoria. Today it would be Trump Tower. You could put a man there and that would be about what it would cost.
At the peak, there were barely 300 inmates at Alcatraz, less than 1% of the federal prison population at the time. But thanks to movies like 1979's Escape from Alcatraz, the prison has taken on a mythical status.
Alcatraz has some symbolic register, particularly for someone of Mr. Trump's generation.
That's Dan Berger, a historian and professor at the University of Washington, Bothell. He says today it would cost tens of millions of dollars just to bring Alcatraz in line with current standards for federal prisons, let alone expanding it. But he says an island prison presents other obstacles.
Visiting and family contact becomes much more difficult as well. So doing something on the mainland is better for all parties involved.
And if the prison reopened and the museum there closed, San Francisco would lose one of its biggest tourist attractions. The National Park Service says 1.2 million people visit the island each year. Scott Newman, NPR News.
I'm so disgusted. I don't even know what the hell to say. I just like, what? Okay, we can just open it and put him in there. How about that? That would be that's the solution. Put him in there because that's where he belongs.
So he's binge watching Law and Order, and make it make sense. You're sitting down in the evening binge watching Law and Order, and this is an idea for you because you saw it in one of the episodes.
So wait a minute. So the presidency doesn't have him busy enough. He has time to binge watch Law and Order.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Wasn't Purge a movie too? Why don't you watch that? Implement that so we can all have a fun night.
Oh, Lord Rosolo, please, no, because I'm not ready. We need to get our homes ready for that. It can't just happen, okay?
This makes no sense. This is the best reality show ever. The 2025 presidency.
we need a nice name for it. I want a nice name for it that has a nice ring to it. Yeah, we can do better.
Hey, so everything's pretty fucking crazy right now, but this is insane. On Monday, the Hey, so everything's pretty fucking crazy right now, but this is insane. On Monday, the House of Representatives is voting on a bill that would impose a $1 million fine or 20 years in a federal prison for Americans who boycott Israel. It is House Resolution 867 or IGO Anti-Boycott Act, and it is being voted on May 5th. And it would impose a $1 million fine and potential 20-year prison sentence for Americans who boycott the country of Israel. The bill is being sponsored by Representative Lawler of New York, and it is essentially trying to shield Israel from accountability and the BDS movement, which has been massively successful in punishing companies who are supporting the genocide going on in Gaza. It currently has 24 bipartisan co-sponsors in the House of Representatives. I will put them here. Go ahead.
Pause right there, so you want to hear the names? Josh Gottheimer, Democrat, New Jersey. Randy K. Weber, Senior, Republican, Texas. Juan Ciscomani, Republican, Arizona. Claudia Tenney, Republican, New York. Maria Elvira Salazar, Republican, Florida. Thank you for the follow, J.R. Parker. Thank you. Don Bacon, Republican, Nebraska. Derek Schmidt, Republican, Kansas. Brian Fitzpatrick, Republican, Pennsylvania. Jared Moskowitz, Democrat, Florida. Joe Wilson, Republican, South Carolina. Abraham Hamadeh, or Hamadeh, not sure, Republican, Arizona. Brian Babin, or Babin, Republican, Texas. Joseph Morrell, Democrat, New York. David Kustoff, Republican, Tennessee. Brian Jack, Republican, Georgia. Joe Wilson, Republican, South Carolina. Abraham, I said Abraham already, or is this another Hamadeh? Oh, yes, yeah, got that. Elise Stefanik, Republican, New York. Mark Mesmer, Republican, Indiana. Mike Flood, Republican, Nebraska. Laura Gillen, Democrat, New York. Ben Klein, Republican, Virginia. Donald G. Davis, Republican, North Carolina. He's Democrat, right? I said that. Pete Stauber, Republican, Minnesota. Mike Haridopoulos, Republican, Florida. Charles Fleischman, Charles J. Chuck Fleischman, Republican, Tennessee. Yeah.
Take a little screenshot and then call their office. The ACLU has condemned and strongly opposed these bills. They tried to do this last year, actually, in 2024, and the House resolution failed, saying that these resolutions punish boycott movements with criminal penalties. These movements are essentially targeting free speech. This is all goes back to free speech and also like freedom of purchase and like the free market, because a boycott is essentially not participating in the purchasing of products and services from companies that don't have morals that align with your own. So if we're not allowed to even express our own moral compass through our purchasing power, do we even have free speech? Like, come on, you guys. These are the same Republicans that were screaming and crying over a forced vaccine mandate like 4 fucking years ago. And they are out here trying to give people $1 million in fines or 20 years. That is more than a first-degree R charge. Okay? 20 years in a federal prison for not purchasing products from companies associated with the big I. How they plan on enforcing this? Who fucking knows? Who knows? You skip the Starbucks line once, you could be on that list, babe. So this is insane. It's functionally insane. They know it's functionally insane. But please, please call your representatives because Democrats are supporting this too. Okay. And let them know that this is buck wild, just absolutely political buck wildness. Hey, so
I don't know, John, what calling them is going to do. I mean, their hands are tied. I strongly believe, even if they agree with folks who don't agree with this, or who are in opposition to this, I don't think there's much they can do anyway.
I mean, they already voted on it, right? It's done. We're supposed to find this out beforehand so we can call and say something or protest or whatever. But it's already done. At least I thought that's what I heard.
In other news, Trump administration removes. According to Courier, Trump administration removes memorial to victims of pew pew violence. The memorial displayed 120 portraits, including police officers who were unalived in gunfire and children unalived in school shootings. He says we have to get over it. So to parents mourning the loss of their children, get over it. Get over it. To spouses, partners mourning the loss of their loved ones, please get over it. Keep it moving. In other news, thank you, Aaron.
Which is the signal clone.
Yes, that guy, Aaron Parnas, he has been flagged so many times. He has had his account blocked so many times on TikTok. You see, when you're just doing what you do for the good of the few.
We have some really serious news right now. Telemessage, which is a signal clone app used by Mike Waltz and other senior Trump administration officials, was hacked. This is what a lot of folks were worried about because of the lack of security measures in place with government officials using Signal or Signal adjacent apps like Telemessage. Well, according to reports, Telemessage has temporarily shut down services after these hacking claims. And while the hacks did not get into Mike Waltz's phone, the National Security Advisor, or Pete Hegseth, or any other Trump administration official, the hacker was able to get into the Signal clone that was specifically designed for the federal government and steal files from it. Now, we don't know what files were stolen, whether it was from another government official who has top secret clearance or any of that. But take a minute and imagine this. Donald Trump himself said his staff shouldn't be using Signal. They continue to use it anyway. And well, now the clone that they are using was hacked. Spread the word. I'll do a full break.
Can I ask a question? What app was used in the previous administration? I just want to know. Can they go back to using that app possibly? I don't know, because did we have these stories, these recurring incidences in the previous administration? And somebody please let me know. It may have happened, but I'm totally unaware. And even though our president has told them not to use it, they continue to use it, which is gross insubordination, disregard, and disrespect. So you see, when I say that he needs to take a hard look at everybody around him, he really needs to. Because if your boss tell you, say, don't do something, and you do it anyway, what is the message you're sending to your boss?
But hold on.
Dr. Sharon.
Hold on. How many times are during this process, the last few months, have the Supreme Court told him not to do something and he's still doing it? Okay, so he just lead by example. So him trying to get his staff to do what's right is not going to happen. It's not. Yeah. Yep.
So JR put in the chat, didn't Biden say they could use it, but only for personal communication to avoid blackmail, etc.? You see, the truth is, JR, I did not learn. JR said we had, oh no, Nisa, we had adults in the last admin. The truth is, JR, my first time learning about Signal was when we had the Signal Gate in situation a couple weeks ago. That was my first time learning about Signal. Never knew the app existed. And it was all because of the group chat that the journalist got invited into. And then remember the subsequent stories where Hegseth continues to use it to share, what do you call it, information with his wife and brother. Sensitive information with his wife and brother. So that is to tell you, I have to agree with what Nee said. In the last administration, we had adults. Go right ahead, Dr. Shah.
Oh, I lost it. But I lost what I was gonna say.
So listen to this one. Oh, hold on a second. Let me turn my volume back up. Oh, joy.
Guys, Donald Trump just threatened to expel or even arrest any Democrats who try to impeach him. No, I wish I was making this up. Take a listen to what Trump posted. Quote, "The Democrats are really out of control. They have lost everything, especially their minds. These radical left lunatics are into the impeachment thing again. They have already got two no-name, little-respected congressmen, total whack jobs, both throwing the impeachment of Donald J. Trump around for about the 20th time, even though they have no idea for what I would be impeached. The Republicans should start to think about expelling them from Congress for all of the crimes that they have committed, especially around elections. These are very dishonest people that won't let our country heal. Why do we allow them to continuously use impeachment as a weapon against the president of the United States, who, by all accounts, is working hard to save our country? It's the same playbook that they used in my first term, and Republicans are not going to allow them to get away with it again. These are total lowlifes who hate our country and everything it stands for. Perhaps we should start playing this game on them and expel Democrats for the many crimes they have committed, and these are real crimes. If you think I'm joking when I say Donald Trump wants us to be a fascist country, think again. This is fascism, full stop. Donald Trump literally wants to expel and arrest all of his opposition because he knows they're coming after him for actual crimes that he's committed.
Should I be laughing? Should I be laughing? I don't know. At this point, I really don't know. Next.
We have some major breaking news right now. There is chaos within the Trump administration, especially within the Pentagon right now, because Pete Hegseth ordered the Trump administration to stop giving weapons to Ukraine earlier this year, despite the fact that Donald Trump, the president, never instructed him to do so. Now, yes, folks, I'm on the plane, but the news doesn't stop for anyone, so please consider showing your support by subscribing to my Substack, link to my bio for more. About a week after Donald Trump started his second term, the U.S. military issued an order to 3 freight airlines operating out of the Dover Air Force Base in Delaware to stop 11 flights to Ukraine. But a bunch of questions came from Kiev about why that would happen and why it's being halted. And while no one could provide answers, apparently, from the Pentagon, from the White House, from the State Department, but there was a verbal order from the office of Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, even though Donald Trump never issued any instruction to stop aid to Ukraine. So complete chaos. Spread the word. I'll do a full breakdown. Link in bio for more, so subscribe for free and follow along for all the news you need to know about. There'll be more to come, even on this slide. We have.
So it goes back to what you said, what you just said. Nobody's listening to anybody. Who is running the show? That's what who is up in charge up there? Can somebody put up their hand? Who is in charge up there in Washington? Because everybody's doing their own thing. Rubio saying one thing that doesn't align with what Trump is saying. Hegseth is doing one thing, it doesn't align with what Trump is saying. Bondi is saying something, it doesn't align. Okay, so what's going on up there in Washington? Somebody tell me, please. There's something is off. Something is off, and something is off. Let me just say that something is off.
Craft. It's time to train people not to do the jobs of the past, but to do the great jobs of the future. You know, this is the new model where you work in these kind of plants for the rest of your life, and your kids work here and your grandkids work here. You know, we let the auto plants go overseas. Right now, craft. It's time to train.
Didn't remind me? Didn't we have a conversation about where it's possibly headed? There
Yep.
it is. Okay.
I've been saying that since last year.
Okay. Call me now. Call us home, Miss Cleo. I think we just need to change the name to CIT Cleo.
And they calling it train, but it's another word that start with an S.
So our children are to work in factories and pass that on. That's it. Nothing else. That's all we're good for.
That's when America was great. Yeah. Okay. We are not our ancestors.
Great segue into Business and Tech News, brought to you by Grand Coffee House. From our farms to your cups, enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. And I must let you know that the coffee that you'll get on Grand Coffee House is Jamaican coffee, world renowned, the best coffee in the world. Yes, grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over there. Timu. Yes, Timu is in the news. Timu says it's only shipping from the US, and that does not mean the products are made here. This article comes to us courtesy of WSVN and Lord of Mercy. Midday I run off my mouth and CNN, and I did not put up the soundbite for it. Please forgive me, folks. So much. Where is it? Here it is. Let's see, because I'm not playing no ad. Let's see if we can. Oh, Jesus, have mercy. It is just exhausting. Anytime it touches the North American news segment, it's just exhausting. Sorry.
Cost of purchases for millions of Americans just went up. A major shipping loophole expired Friday. It allowed shipments worth $800 or less, coming mostly from China and Hong Kong, to arrive duty-free. With the loophole gone now, and with President Donald Trump's baseline tariff of 100% is a massive blow to Temu and rival Shein.
Grab some Goya. For those of you who watch, who shop Temu, there you have it. So, what I'm saying, all sales in the US are now handled by local-based sellers, with orders fulfilled from within the country. Temu has been actively recruiting US sellers to join the platform. All right. Next up in Business and Tech News, Warren Buffett announces his retirement and warns the trade war will hurt America. Warren, I mean, we all know this. I don't think, you know what?
It's the end of an era on Wall Street and beyond. The billionaire investor Warren Buffett said yesterday he would step down as CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, the company he's run for the past 60 years. And before he left the stage, he fired a warning shot against President Trump's trade war. We're joined now by NPR's financial correspondent, Maria Aspen, who's in Omaha, Nebraska, where Buffett and his investors are holding their annual meeting. Good morning, Maria.
Good morning, Aisha.
So now Buffett is way past the traditional retirement age. So why is this such a big deal?
Right. I mean, way past the retirement age is kind of an understatement. He's 94 years old. And look, there have been signs that he's been working towards this. His longtime business partner, Charlie Munger, died a couple of years ago. And Buffett had already announced that one of his deputies, Greg Abel, would eventually succeed him. But Buffett has still been the public face of his company. He spent nearly 5 hours yesterday answering questions from his investors in public. So while it wasn't a shock, it was a surprise yesterday when he said this, as broadcast by CNBC.
The time has arrived where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at year end.
Buffett later said this was even a surprise to Greg Abel, who was sitting right next to him all day.
Obviously, this is huge for Buffett's shareholders, but why should the rest of us care?
Well, Berkshire Hathaway is a huge company. It's one of the 10 biggest by revenue in the world, and it runs all kinds of businesses from insurance and railroads to Dairy Queen and Duracell batteries. It's also this powerful investor in other big companies, including Coca-Cola and American Express. And Buffett is one of the wealthiest men in the world. He runs this powerhouse business, and he's also been very savvy about building his own brand way before that was a thing. He's kind of the OG billionaire celebrity.
Yeah, he's one of the few Wall Street CEOs that just regular, everyday people recognize.
Exactly. He has this sort of breakthrough fame and a very carefully crafted public image. Like, he's the folksy Omaha native who famously still lives in the same house he bought in 1958 for $31,000. And he also gives away a lot of money, and he's used his celebrity to encourage other billionaires to give away their fortunes. I actually saw a t-shirt this weekend in a downtown Omaha shop that called him the nicest billionaire, and there was a sign with it calling him the Taylor Swift of the stock market.
So how have Buffett's fans reacted to this announcement?
Several of the people I talked to this weekend told me they came this year because they knew it was one of the last times they'd be able to see Buffett in person. But there was still some sadness when he made it official. Our colleague Arthur Jones of Nebraska Public Media spoke to Raven Connolly, who had traveled to Omaha from London for this meeting.
I was actually very emotional when he announced that. And I was actually crying in tears, literally. He changed my life in so many ways.
So Buffett has this real personal appeal to a lot of his fans, as well as being a hugely powerful leader in corporate America.
Wow. We mentioned he wielded some of that power to talk about tariffs. Tell us more about what he said.
Well, these were some of the very first comments he made yesterday during that 5-hour Q&A, again, via CNBC.
Trade should not be a weapon.
Now, Buffett didn't mention President Trump by name, but Buffett does often talk about how great America is. And he made a point yesterday of saying that if trade helps other countries become prosperous, it will also help our country become prosperous. So if it is his last annual meeting for Berkshire Hathaway, he made it a memorable one.
That's NPR's Maria Aspen. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And that's Economics 101. The exchange of goods and services. Started out with bartering. Who remembers bartering? I mean, not in our lifetime, but you hear about bartering. That's how trade started, right? Ja, you have something that I need. I have something that you need, and we agreed to exchange, right?
We still barter to this day.
Why? Because I don't have it all and you don't have it all. Logically, geographically, biologically, we can't have it all. And they still do, as the corporations, they do barter. Some areas, let's just take the United States, for example. Rice can't grow in Florida, but it can grow in another state. We down here need the rice. So what we do? We purchase it from another state that produces it, where they have the wetlands. Their soil, great, right? That said state, they don't grow oranges. But because of where they are located geographically, they can't grow oranges. Oranges will not, there'll be just an issue there. I can't even say the word DEA dead. DEAD. I can't, I have to be so careful. But anyway, we grow oranges here in Florida. You need your vitamin C, right? So I buy your rice, you buy my oranges. California, lettuce, avocados, strawberries, yada, yada, yada. It's those things are not grown in some other state, let us say Wisconsin. But Wisconsin, they want those things. Wisconsin has the cheese. California wants the cheese. So they exchange, trade. Jesus have mercy. I don't have to go to the damn Wharton School of Business to know this. I said, can you be serious for a second? I can go back to my home country of Jamaica. St. Elizabeth grows certain things that don't grow well in St. Anne and vice versa. So we meet in the marketplaces and we purchase from each other. It is the way the world goes around. The exchange of goods and services, aka trade. If you create a landscape that threatens the survival of trade, I don't know what to tell you. It's like pew-pewing yourself in the foot. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. You know, they knocked the noses off the Egyptian statues. But anyway, let me not digress. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face, right? Don't do that. We all can get along. It is going to take 10 years, quite frankly. Did some crunching. For certain industries, it will take a good 10 years at most to get manufacturing up and running here in the US. I didn't say assembly, which is what we do. I said manufacturing, making it from scratch, sourcing the raw material, putting it through the necessary processes to come up with the different fragments and the elements that we now put together. I don't know. And I'm not saying, right, niece? We're not saying that America shouldn't be more self-sufficient. That is not what we're saying. It's that we're shutting off, we're pulling this, we're turning off the light, but we're not lighting a candle. We don't have any lamps. We don't have any kerosene to put in the lamps so that we can light them, so that we can have some light until we're able to get back up to sourcing. If I'm making sense, right? We are reactive, not proactive. I was trying to be nice, Ozzy. I was really trying to be nice. You know, great idea. Really great idea. Be more self-sufficient. But it's not practical, not right now. We don't have a plan. It has to be gradual. Exactly. And we've been echoing this over and over again, but nobody's listening. And I get it. I get it. You know, nobody listens to us because what do we know? And that was our business and tech news brought to you by Grand Coffee House. From our farms to your cups. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products when you shop today at www.grandcoffeehouse.com and use the code coffeeinto20 at checkout. Time for Health and Science News brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com and discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Why is measles spreading in Canada, Mexico, and the US? Los tres amigos. We have a problem. According to Al Jazeera.com, the United States and Canada are experiencing one of their worst measles outbreaks in years, while the virus has also crossed into neighboring Mexico. Why on the carry go shop it off in other people in them country? A total of 2,500 cases and 4 deaths have unalivings have been reported in the outbreaks across the 3 countries. Vaccine hesitancy has been blamed. Here is what we know about the outbreak so far and why measles cases are on the rise. Measles is highly contagious. Yes, folks, it's a highly contagious viral illness that starts with symptoms including high fever, cough, runny nose, red or watery eyes, and sensitivity to light. A few days after infection, a red, blotchy rash typically appears on the face and spreads down the body. Fatigue and loss of appetite are also common. Most people recover within 2 to 3 weeks, but complications, particularly in young children and those with weakened immune systems, can be serious. These include ear infections, diarrhea, pneumonia, and brain swelling, encephalitis, which can lead to permanent disability or unaliving. In wealthier countries, measles causes about one unaliving in every 5,000 cases. But in lower income regions with weaker healthcare systems, the fatality rate can be as high as 1 in 100. Before the measles vaccine was introduced in 1963, about 3 to 4 million cases of measles were reported annually in the US, with hundreds of deaths and thousands of hospitalizations. By 2000, following widespread vaccination, measles was declared eliminated in the US, meaning there had been no continuous transmission of the disease for more than 12 months. Countries that have eliminated a disease through vaccines are considered to have herd immunity as long as vaccines continue to be offered to everyone. And herd immunity occurs when enough people in a community become immune to a disease, either through vaccination or recovering from an infection. All right, folks? According to the World Health Organization, WHO, measles vaccination prevented an estimated 31.7 million unalivings globally between 2000 and 2020. The MMR, which is measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine, which is widely used around the world, provides about 97% protection against the measles virus. And this is according to public health agencies. The vaccine is normally given to children in 2 stages, the first dose at 12 months and the second at about 3 years and 4 months of age, when the child is nearing school age, as part of a routine immunization program done in countries like the United Kingdom. Breakthrough cases in vaccinated people are rare and usually mild. Here in the US, so far, we have 935 confirmed measles cases across 33 states. Texas being at the epicenter of the outbreak, accounting for 683 of those cases. New Mexico, 67, Oklahoma, 16, Kansas, 37. Yeah. Meanwhile, Canada is experiencing its worst outbreak in more than 25 years. Ontario alone has recorded more than 1,000 cases. In Mexico, the number of measles cases has risen sharply in the northern state of Chihuahua, where 786 cases have been reported so far. Why is it spreading? Well, according to WHO and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, the main reason measles is spreading is that fewer people are taking up vaccines. Misinformation and growing hesitancy have seen vaccination rates dropping below the level needed for herd immunity. In some US states and Canadian provinces, exemptions giving non-medical reasons for declining vaccines, such as personal or religious reasons, are becoming more common. And this has led to the existence of clusters of unvaccinated people who are more vulnerable to outbreaks when exposed to the virus. Hey, Alfie, thanks for coming through. Yeah, misinformation is a heck of a thing. Folks, it is important that you get your information from reliable sources, qualified sources. Don't go making up things or grabbing onto something because it sounds good. You owe that much to yourselves and to your families and to the wider communities. Please, don't be like that family over there in Texas where their children, all their children, I think 5 children had measles, 4 recovered, but 1 unalived, and in their mind it was all worth it. I mean, I know, oh, you can have your pity them lose one and think and say it's okay. Oh, it's okay. It was still worth it. 4 recovered. And you don't realize that you're not only causing harm to your immediate family, but society at large. Because you now move, I'm sure with the symptoms, you will have these symptoms. But let's go back to the symptoms. Let's go back to the symptoms because you can easily dismiss the symptoms as probably having a cold. Your sinus is acting up. You may think it's hay fever. You may dispel them, right? Ear infection, diarrhea. You might say, "Oh, I had something bad to eat," right? Runny nose. "Oh, I'm allergic to something." Red or watery eyes. You might think you have conjunctivitis. Pink eye. Sensitivity to light. "Oh, my eye's just not working properly." So many times we may be experiencing these symptoms and we dismiss them. And with dismissing said symptoms, we go into Gen Pop. We move among the population as if it's just another day in the neighborhood. And we pass it on. Misinformation. Also, in our health and science news segment, Trump restricts funding for gain of function research, calling it dangerous. This one, courtesy of NPR. President Trump issued an executive order on Monday restricting federal funding for research that involves a controversial field of scientific study known as gain of function research. The research, which is also known as dual use research, involves experimenting with viruses and other pathogens that have the potential to trigger a pandemic. Those studies could, yes, folks, could discover how infectious agents might become more transmissible or make people sicker. This field has long been controversial because of fears that scientists could make a more dangerous pathogen in their lab that could get out and cause a pandemic. Those concerns have led to many efforts over the years to more tightly monitor and control this research. So, I guess we celebrate that. No more funding for research, folks. We don't care. Whatever happens, happens. Why should we care? So we are no longer going to be funding the research to study how viruses operate. Thank you, Denise, how viruses operate. We're no longer going to be funding the research to, come up with the drug, I forgot, I can't use that word, right? The medication to counter the diseases. No longer funding research and studies to discover how infectious agents might become more transmissible and make people sicker. None of that. Cut it out. That's a waste of money. Damn it, y'all. That's a waste of money. What do you need that money for? Why you need to study that? What's the relevance? How it affects? How is it going to affect us if we know how these things work? I mean, at this point in time, To all the persons working in the medical field, I mean, my prayers are with all of you. Because you're not going to have the resources that you need to be able to take care of your patients. Who cares? Go figure it out. Set up your own labs, do your own studies. That's what they're saying pretty much. You want to know? Go fund it your damn selves. That's what they're telling us. So are we pro-life or are we pro-life? Which one?
I mean, they want us to have babies, but they don't care. What was that article you read about the amount it costs for a stroller versus the other thing? what are we supposed to put the babies in? I mean, you got people using strollers for dogs.
You don't need a stroller, Jack. Do it like how they do it in the motherland. Tie that baby by your back and walk. What you need a stroller for?
They don't know that. Well, let me not say that because some of them are kind of up on it now.
I mean, what you need a stroller for? So we stop on it. That's a luxury. We don't need strollers.
Let me be quiet.
That's what your president says. And you definitely don't need the 30 toys. But let's talk about something more serious, John.
The dogs. You never saw the dogs in the stroller, niece?
Yeah, no, I was telling Moments, that's what you were saying. You were saying dogs in the strollers. But you know, I wanna start with the heading arrogance versus ignorance. I remember coming home from school, rain stopped falling, obviously, and we were allowed to walk home. And we used to love jumping in the muddy water with our school shoes. Of course, when we got home, the beating that we would get, right? We never understood why, because we went the next day and did the same thing again because it felt good. Our poor parents were thinking, oh my God, where's that money going to come from to replace that shoe? They had the vision and the wisdom to know that these shoes that they're making, even back then, as strong as they were subject to being dry rotten, right? And back in them days, everybody have one school shoes. You have one school shoes, one church shoes, and one shoes you can wear in the yard or forget on the road. Yeah? So they mentally knew the danger of destroying one shoe. So here it is. Our head is withdrawing research and development that affects our health and safety, that affects our hospitals and our economic activity long term. And he does not, because of arrogance of, oh, I can do this, I'm saving this, I'm saving that, but at what cost? His ignorance is literally carrying us down a rabbit hole to which there is no end. There is this false light down there, and we are following him down. The persons who voted for him, they need to be held accountable. When are they going to see the light is another story. Because why would you vote for somebody they exist where you needed him to be? Okay, that's fine. Know that you have voted for him and all the crap that he was saying he's now doing. What are you going to do about it? He's made it clear he doesn't want us, the little people, saying anything to him about it because he's going to kick our asses. Okay, fine. Those who are here, when are they going to start acting responsible to say, okay, fine, guess what? Yeah, we voted you in, but this is not okay. Right? This is not okay. Everybody's waiting on the next Republican election. How far away is that from now? And how many persons can, yes, the rich upper ones can last. But what about the few that are down at the bottom of the pool?
These them can't last either. And here's why I'm going to say that. You see, no matter how much money you have in the world, at some point, darkness comes, right? And there's nothing you can do to stave that off if you don't have access to certain things. So when you cut off funding, right, and nobody's able to do the research, nobody's able to do the studies, the testing, yada, 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 and you have a family member that falls ill, And that is when you go and say, hold on, doctors, do something. And the doctors turn to you and say, well, there's nothing we can do because we don't know what to do, because we don't have no studies were done. We've never seen this before. Or if it was seen before, they couldn't progress on it because the funding didn't cut off. So what's going to happen to my loved one? They're going to go to plan the funeral. No, we can't plan a funeral. It's not until then that they will understand the implications of their actions. Nobody understands until it comes to their doorstep, just like the majority of them when they voted. They thought it would not affect them. It was only supposed to affect immigrants. It was only supposed to affect certain communities. But because it started showing up at their doorstep, they started caring. And that is how human beings operate. Thank you so much. Thank you for the heart, Maria. That is how things work. As long as it not affect me, I don't give two craps about it. That's our mentality. So, unfortunately, we're going to have some issues. But we have to go reach their doorstep before they wake up and realize, what did we agree to? Why didn't we put a stop to this? Until such time, thoughts and prayers for all of us. May God help us. For all of us. Hey, Prof. Why is everyone complicit? I don't know. Something is going on that we don't understand. I'm going to say that we don't understand. There's something that we're not grasping and why it's not making sense to us. At this point, that's the only thing I can say. It makes sense to some people, but it's just not making sense to us. I don't know. I don't know. You cut off funding for testing, for research, for development, so that we can save lives. We cut off funding because we don't know the difference between transgender and transgenic. And all we have to do, hold on a second, just in case Google, let me make sure Google has it on there. Because at this point, see, all the type is TRANS and up comes transgenic. Relating to or donating an organism that contains genetic material into which DNA from an unrelated organism has been artificially introduced. And if me not understand what that has said, find a scientist, find a biologist. They can break it down for you. But you heard the word TRANS, and instead of seeking to do research, instead of researching Hollywood, instead of researching this, we're researching Hollywood. We now understand what TRANSGENIC mean, and we cut funding from universities. How much do we rank globally in education? What's our stance? We're 39, I think. I want to believe we have dropped lower. Somebody look it up for me and tell me, where do we stand?
On what list?
Literacy. Because clearly we don't even have the wherewithal to hear a word and say, you know what, let me go look it up what it means. No. Oh, Nee said it, so, and this is what Nee says, so that's what we take what Nee says as gospel without doing our research. So we're walking around blindfolded, trusting, you know what, even the goat and the sheep get led to the slaughter. None of the goat nor the sheep stop and say, hold on a second. Every day them carry me to this pasture and have me eating grass. And every now and again they put me on a scale to see how much I weigh. Why do they keep doing that? Why they keep taking me to the pasture? Why they keep putting me on a scale to weigh me? What's up with that? None of the goat, nor the sheep, nor the cow, none of them. Now stop and think for a second. Whoa, back up now. What y'all trying to do? None of them put a correlation. The goat and the sheep, especially the goat, them don't put a correlation. Say, but every time somebody pass away, 7 days later, them have 9 nights. I'm a friend. I don't listen. I don't see my friend.
We're number 36 in global literacy rankings.
Okay, and 54% of adults read below a 6th grade level.
Yeah.
More than half of our country reads below, the adults read below a 6th grade level. Let that sink in for a second. Are those numbers that we ought to be applauding? I guess. Hold on, let me applaud it. The bell never want to ring properly for that. Come again, bell. That's better. What are we going to do to fix that?
But you know, all of this was triggered by cutting the concept of saving money, right? It was all under the guise of saving the government money and cutting funding where it needs not be and what have you. Now, I understand that. I get it. Everybody who comes in is going to try and do it in such a way. But, you know, as you mentioned, not because Nee said it's raining outside doesn't mean that it absolves you of the responsibility of going outside and checking that it's raining, because whoever worded that explanation for that funding also needs to check themselves. Because if you're going to explain to somebody who is not a scientist what it is that you're doing, you need to put it in layman terms. And then you can then put your scientific words and phrases and, after that. But the first thing that you need to do, remove that communication barrier, make it simple for, somebody else, a simpleton like myself coming in to be an accounting person who's going to be checking it, that they're able to go in and understand what you write in that first opening sentence or paragraph to say, this is what this funding is for. You're going to put a phrase like transgenic and it's not out there. It's not a hashtag word. Of course, they're going to jump straight to transgender without knowing that they need to go check it. Yeah? And we're in the age of everybody use various versions of social media, and there's all kind of abbreviations out there. Of course, the population is going to be 54% reading at 6th grade level. Because if it is not written in transcript, our Jamaicans, our Caribbean people, in some instances, unless it is in the Creole language of that particular area, they don't understand it. They probably can't read it. Right? If you put it in English, they struggle.
Niece, look what Dr. Leslie put in the chat.
Wait there. Dr. Liz, let me just see what she wrote.
She put to Atja. Yes, because at work, when I write denials, I have to write at a 6th grade level.
Exactly. You have to break it down to the person who is reading it. That's why I keep saying communications to barrier to communication. Whoever you're communicating to, who you know is going to be the first point of, that needs to understand the document, which is your finance person. How are you spending the money? That receipt needs to make sense. That opening line needs to make sense.
So is it okay to say that I do speak at a 6th grade level?
No,
wait a minute.
They need what's the algorithm that they're using to do it. They need to, and this is something that was identified by the universities up to 10 years ago. It's not that they're not passing the subjects, but they're writing in the lingua that they are talking to each other on a daily basis instead of using full sentences and full English that they know. And they did say it. This is going to be a problem long term. They did say it.
You can't make this up.
So why are we slashing education? Why are we not putting more money into education? Because
they want the world to be fully done.
The
No, it's not that
uneducated
they're
leading the
slashing.
uneducated. They don't see.
It's not that they're slashing education. What they're doing is saying that. So you have, I don't fully understand. So you have the schools, and then you have like an operational body that's responsible for education. That body is like there was a function in the islands, right? For example, there was $1 million assigned to create this function for the government. This was something that was supposed to benefit the community. What did they do? They put 60% of that money into administrative costs and then watered down the function. So what they're saying is the money that is being allocated to this oversight body is ridiculous. That money could be spent on education directly. That's what they're saying. So in essence, what they're saying is that instead of pulling the money, if they allocate $1 billion to education, instead of sending 100 million to this oversight education body, put that money into the schools directly. But the issue with that is that if they're using taxes from each state, so each state is responsible for their own education, it is going to affect those states that are not pulling in the taxes, for example, like as much as California, New York, and Florida. Yeah? So those states who are doing less than whatever percentage it needs to be, they're going to be at a disadvantage. So it's interesting to see how they're going to help them be on par with the top 5 states who are contributing nicely to the tax pool.
Anybody else wants to go before I play the next video? Thank you, niece. Thank you.
Somebody tell me what Ozzy said in the chat because I can't read.
Because it's threatening to, you know what?
Moments with the rest of the men.
Oh my
It's
God.
so typical that the women last longer. Where are the men then?
I hear.
As it representing for the men.
You know what it is, though?
You have
English to me, Ozzy. What are you saying?
Prof there, Marlon there, Ozzy there.
No, I'm talking about James and Mr. President and all these fellas. There's only last.
You know, I'm done. James recorded a YouTube video.
Let me say, I told you that because you know it's
Okay, so Adesoji's in class, Mr. President at work. James are doing YouTube video. And who else?
Okay. At least they're productive, Mr. President. I have plenty to. So what were we talking about? Literacy? Are we talking about literacy in the Caribbean? What was the topic?
So
Go ahead.
all right, so here's my take on it, right? From the start, Republicans have seen that they want limited and a smaller government. And so a lot of these policies that are coming into place play into that. So a lot of them have gotten their underwear quite wet with the idea of that. Right. So anyway, when it comes to education, like I said, idiots are definitely threatened by education on a certain level. Part of
Hold
it
on
is
a
that
second, Ozzy. Okay, so that's why I'm gonna reset the room. So we're talking about we're in the health and science news segment, right? Trump restricts funding for gain of function research, calling it dangerous. And gain of function is also known as dual use, which involves experimenting with viruses and other pathogens that have the potential to trigger a pandemic, right? So those studies could discover how infectious agents might become more transmissible or make people sicker. But there has been a restriction of federal funding via an executive order that was signed yesterday. I do apologize, Ozzy. Please carry on.
Oh, my bad. I was waiting on something different.
No, because we ended up on this tributary. So no, everything is all connected.
But okay, so I was saying that, like, simple minded people are highly threatened by education, right? And so a lot of this stuff comes into play. In addition to my previous statement that a lot of Republicans buy the party itself wants limited and a smaller government, right? So that's how they have so much support in a lot of these arenas. Now, the issue is when you relegate things like education to the states and have them handle it, then you can see even in Florida how they're cutting out certain parts of the curriculum that, don't make melanin deficient people seem like they're in the best light, or parts of history that they're ashamed of. And so a lot of that comes into play. A lot of federal funding also goes to underprivileged students, disabled. And so, again, a lot of these states are quite unreliable, quite discriminatory to certain groups as well. And so there's a multitude of issues that will come into play. A lot of states and territories, me being from a US territory, a lot of federal funding supports like school lunch and other programs that are essential as well. So it's going to be a poop storm.
So we're cutting funding and research, we're cutting education, we're cutting everything. But let us not forget the reason why. I played the clip earlier. You're going to work in a factory. You're going to pass that job down to your children. Your children are going to pass it down to their children. It is going to become generational. Get with the program. To work in a factory, you do not need a college degree. You don't even need a 6th grade degree. I'm going to show you what you need to do. I'm going to have the Chinese come in, show you what to do, because they're going to help us build the factories, and then leave, and you just show up with your lunch boxes. Remember those videos that the Chinese have been putting out over there in China about how America is going to look if we don't change the trajectory? Okay. Okay.
But moments, the education system is not, it's not crafted to create wealth for the populace. It's crafted literally to create workers. I mean, if we read Paulo Freire's book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Paulo Freire is from Brazil. I don't know if you all are familiar with his work, but it's read Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It goes straight to education and how we're taught to educate, how we're taught to learn, and it's all about subserviency. That's the whole system. And so the education system has not really served us. And as much as we wanted to be integrated into that system, that integration dumbed us down. Yeah. So I have two thoughts about segregation of schools, just because I feel that it harmed our students, as Black students, but I also understand that the economics behind segregation as well. We weren't getting the funding, but I mean, listen, we built our own Black Wall Street, right? So what was stopping us from building our own education vault, you see? So let them keep the old thing, man. We don't want it. It's kept us dumb. It's dumbed down. The American system and literacy in general. This is why Trump, oops, sorry, I said the name. That's why he could win, because people really don't have critical thinking skills. You can go to school and you can get a degree. It does not mean you're a critical thinker. It just means you went to school and got a degree. Look at Trump. He went to school. I don't even know if he had a degree, but he's definitely not a critical thinker. You see? So,
You know, interestingly enough, Dr. Leslie, some years ago, Will Smith's son, Jaden Smith, he had put out a comment along the lines of the school system in this country is designed to prepare you for prison. And you know who came out against him? Our people that look like us. Drag this child. What do you know about the public school system? You know, you live in your privilege and blah, blah, blah. Not stopping for a minute to consider if there was any weight to what he said. No, all because of who he is, his position in society. They felt that he was disconnected, and because of that, he was not qualified to speak on the truth. Don't stressize the boy for that. Drag the boy. But he wasn't lying. He was not lying. How can you have somebody graduate 12th grade and can only read at a 6th grade level? Make that make sense.
listen, how can you graduate and can't count and give me change? If I spend $5.95 and I give you $10, you can't give me change because you don't know. All you know how to do is a swipe a card. Listen, I went to dinner. I paid for dinner with cash. The stuff cost $18.92. I gave her $50 cash. You know what the woman asked me? If I want change back.
Oh, I think should I got how much change you should get because they do ask that.
I ain't even answer to this day. I just look I just look at her.
But it's simpler than that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And if you gave her the 8 cents, she still really wouldn't be able to give you back the change.
Girl, right? Sometimes I try to make it easy, but they're not, it's a shame.
But look at this. You want us to go simpler than the math? You go into a supermarket. You double the bag because you're putting heavy stuff in the bag. The cashier tells you you cannot double the bag. You're wasting the bag. And you say to them, but everything, if you put it in one bag, it's going to burst. Oh, put them in 2 bags. They're not 2 bags, same way that lady.
A week.
2 plus 2 is 5. 5 plus 5 is 12.
Now they see a 2 bag. Yeah, but you're wasting the. Okay, all right. You know what? I'm not going to argue with you. You said 2 bags? 2 bags it shall be. No problem. You realize everything could have held same way. I still 2 bags. We could have doubled my bag and but you said 2 bags. So it's 2 bags.
You know what I would have done? I would have, after they bag it in 2 bags, I would have taken everything out, put the double bag it and put everything in the 1 bag and say, have a nice day.
Okay. That's what I should have done.
Yep. That's petty, but yes, I love it.
I'm not going to argue with stupid.
You can't argue with stupid. You can't even fix it.
Have you ever, no, I'm not joking now. Something costs $5. You give them $10 and them literally draft your calculator for see how much change you forget back. And you keep looking at them and saying $5. 5. And they looking at you like you dumb. And after them go up on the calculator and boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, you're to get $5. I was like, I told you that a long time.
But moments, what if they take all their fingers and they count in 1, 2, 3, 4.
Everybody needs to go back to Sesame Street, the backside. Learn to count.
And Sesame Street got
no funding.
Oh shit.
Because any funding.
God. You're right. You are correct.
Right. Elmo is homeless now.
So when Bert and Ernie go and sleep, them lose them house too?
I mean, Doge
Well,
went and fire Ernie.
no. Remember,
Ernie.
Bert and Ernie are part of a certain community that will
No,
definitely
they're
be.
not. We assume they are because they don't share the same bed. They share the same bed room and sleep in separate beds.
They announced that already. But keep in mind, this is the era where like you could literally post a flyer with all the information for an event, and people will still come back and be like, "So what time? Where? What did you read?"
But that's not stupidity. That's what I was gonna say when Neef was speaking. There are some people that don't read. You skim over things. And it's not because they can't read. They just skim over things quickly. That speed read generation.
You know, here's the thing. We have a thing here at work, right? When we're doing cases, they're color coded, and one of the managers will send out a list of cases. Obviously, we got 50 cases to do, all different color codes, and would say, please indicate which colors you're going to complete in reply to all, right? So when I love orange, I always start with orange. I'm doing the orange cases. I will copy and paste it into the reply so they see the color. Today, this young doctor decides she's gonna type in all the numbers, no colors. Now, who going through and looking through 50 numbers to determine which cases you do? I was so mad. So I sent the manager a message. I said, what's wrong with the done spokesman? And she started, well, she's a friend of mine, so I can talk to her like that. She started laughing. She's like, your colleagues don't read instructions. So it's not just the quote unquote, whatever, menial worker or the people at the grocery store. I don't like to use that word. It's so nasty, but doctors don't read either. Lawyers don't read, because I can give you cases of my lawyer. If I was not a detail-oriented person, I would have lose a case because they don't pay attention to details.
Don't get me started on that one. So we got school for. We take up one bench, as our parents would say, "Me not send you go to school to one bench. Me send you go to school for learn comprehension skills, interpretation skills." You know, we have one more in our health and science news segment. Let me go ahead. Where is it? Please tell me I didn't delete it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Where it is. It's talking about advocating for yourself and the importance of advocating for yourself in healthcare. Oh my gosh. Oh, here it is. I found it. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this.
Deport them, send them back to their country. I don't know about y'all, but just about every doctor I have had has had an accent, a real thick one. Never was born here, came here when they were young on a student visa, okay? Them doctors is the one curing cancer. Those doctors are the ones doing research. They're not the ones becoming plastic surgeons, okay? They're the ones that actually doing things in the medical field that matters. Don't give me no young doctor that's 27 years old. I want the one with the patch on his scalp, with gray hair coming out his ears, the one who speaks like that man off the 600-pound life. I want the doctor that cares. Give me the doctor that still packs their lunch. Give me the doctor who has 20 years of experience and seen all types of stuff. Give me the doctor where I have to ask him to repeat himself because I barely understand him. Because that's the doctor that's going to care about me. Every doctor I've had a thick accent. Y'all talking about sending them back? I'm going back to get the surgery wherever they go. I'm not doing no surgery over here with the American young doctors. No, thank you. And nothing against y'all. That's great. But get y'all 20 years under your belt before y'all perform on me. I don't know if y'all seen Grey's Anatomy, but every other episode, somebody died. Somebody died. And most of the people who died was under the hands of Americans. Give me the Indian. Give me the African, please. Give me the German. And that's all I'm.
So, Dr. Sharon, you're safe. Dr. Leslie, you're safe.
She's stupid. That's all I can say. I ain't gonna say no more. I mean, It reeks of all kinds of isms that I can't even begin. That's just dumb. That's just plain dumb. Give me the doctor who knows what they're doing. And listen, I've met quacks of every permutation, okay? Race, gender, nationality. We have quacks everywhere. A whole duck farm. So I know the dotish girl is. Who's that stupid woman? Simone? What's her name? It's foolishness, man. Don't believe that. And the thing about it is people listen to that and they take it as gospel, eh? Rasta. Mm-mm.
That was our health and science news segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food.
How you gonna do health and science like that, man?
SkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And now it is time for Believe It or Not stories. And I know everyone has heard about this one. Catholic leaders are criticizing Trump for posting apparent AI photo of himself as the Pope. Y'all saw that one?
No.
You didn't saw that one?
Yeah, I saw that foolishness.
And then had the nerve to say he did it. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Champion. Mr. Champion lover.
Hey. let me take a pin. Put a pin in it right here. Champion lover. Oh, you know, I don't know lyrics. Yes. Champion lover. Num 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 num. Yeah, nyum 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 nyum. If it's loving that you want, you pull up on the right gal. Hey, come on. Wheel up selector. Anyhow.
We need to laugh all the same. We have to laugh. Yeah, in this madness. So Ja, Ja was not aware of it. So according to NPR, some Catholic leaders and at least one US Catholic group are criticizing President Trump after he posted on social media what appears to be an artificial intelligence generated image of himself dressed as the Pope. Welcome to the United States of America, where anything goes. That's all I can say. Anything goes. Also, believe it or not, stories. Where is this one? Where is it? I can't find it. Hold on a second. I'm muted at the time. Where is it? Lord of mercy, I lost it. Oh yeah, I lost it. I had one more, but see here. My apologies. I found it.
This administration is also fighting to get critical race theory out of our school districts. Children will be taught to love America. Children will be taught to be patriots. Children will be taught civic values for schools that want federal taxpayer funding. So as we close the Department of Education and we provide funding to states, we are going to make sure that these funds are not being used to promote communist ideology. For any nation to be successful, it cannot teach its children to hate themselves and to hate their country. This administration is also fighting to get critical race theory out of our school districts. Children will be taught to love America. Children will be taught to be patriots. Children will be taught civic values for schools that want federal taxpayer funding. So as we close the Department of Education and we provide funding to states, we are going to make sure that these funds are not being used to promote communist ideology. For any nation to be successful, it cannot teach its children to hate themselves and to hate their country.
Now that is communism itself.
Facts.
Okay. Stephen Miller is nothing more than a communist, xenophobe, racist, you name it. He's all of that. He is a dangerous person. You worry about the person at the head, yes, but you concern yourself with the people that he's surrounded with. He is the architecture of every dangerous, idiotic. I listened to him try to talk about due process. The man is not educated. You hear me? And the thing about it is they literally talk with such authority, with such pressured speech that you think they know what you're talking about. And his explanation of due process is garbage. 2 justices, Scalia and Bader, explained due process. The antithesis of what he explained, you know what I'm saying, or what he tried to post on social media. And basically what they're doing is, you say yes, yes, ma'am, yes, yes.
It's reprogramming. That's all it is. Changing out the motherboards. We take out this one and put in a new one. Is that the right analogy to use? I don't even know.
So when America was great,
No. Please clarify the era.
prior to 1960 some odd.
It was great then? Before then?
I'm only going by what they say. What did they first call the Black Panther Party? Right? What did they call even Malcolm X? What did they even call Martin Luther King when they first started to speak against injustice? They used that C word. And that C word is coming back again. But that's when America was great. So they say. I don't even know what to say sometimes. I have to tell you, honestly, that's why I don't even want to watch the news anymore. I love this because I'm just getting my little news in a summary. I don't even want to watch the news anymore. We're banning books. We're banning books. We're closing down the Department of Education. Basically, you're closing down everything that came up after America was great. After certain people were able to vote, to go to school with everyone, after you burnt down communities that you decided you wanted to segregate, and they were able to thrive, but because they were doing better than you had to burn it down. But that's when America was great. Okay. All right. I yield.
Thank you for yielding. And other Believe It or Not stories. I have 2 more videos and then we move on to the entertainment news segment.
Donald Trump and his family members and backers are opening a new club in Washington. It's called the Executive Branch, and it is corruption on steroids. The Executive Branch is a private club, and reportedly the initiation fee is over $500,000. They are advertising this club as the place where CEOs and foreign oligarchs and tech bros can come to get secret access to Donald Trump, Donald Trump's family, and members of the cabinet. So if you are a multimillionaire or a billionaire, you have a new way that you can pay Donald Trump and his family members for the privilege of getting secret private access to the people that are regulating your industry or determining American foreign policy. You know, just because the corruption is playing out in public for everybody to see doesn't mean that it's not mass scale corruption. We have never seen anything like this before in American history. And the executive branch is just the latest example of the ways in which this White House is openly and publicly monetizing the executive branch for the enrichment of Donald Trump and his family members. Donald Trump.
So we have the private club, we had the Easter roll, we had the car lot. What else do we have?
So what are you doing about it besides reporting on it?
My position is to make everybody aware.
Not you, Moments.
Oh.
Not you.
Oh.
I already know where you stand. What are these people doing about it? The ones that are reporting it every day on the news and sitting back. All the money in the first 100 days that Elon Musk has received. I actually said his name. Wow. Black Cap. All the money that he's received in the last 100 days. And all the money, like you said, with the car and the Easter egg roll and all that. Now you're going to pay. And wait a minute. Before I even say that, is the president, you know what? Let me be quiet.
AT said that club won't last. Every news media will be outside the doors and the members will not want the attention. Also, someone will snitch. But here's the thing, AT, they don't have to be in a physical building. Phone call, signal.
Let's talk about what is not in this bill. There is no money for emergency management for FEMA. Now, this is not a partisan issue. Red districts suffer from natural disasters certainly as much or more as blue districts. And I can assure you, to my Republican colleagues, that when your district gets a flood or a tornado or a hurricane, you are going to be coming to FEMA begging for money. And I don't want to hear a single word from any of my Republican colleagues about where is FEMA when they need emergency management support. Because you are voting for a bill that includes nothing for money that you will need, and you will need it. You are being short-sighted. But do not worry, there is money for FEMA. There is money for FEMA. $300 billion. You know what that's for? For Donald Trump to play golf. $300 million to reimburse local law enforcement for presidential protection related to activities by the president. $300 million. Donald Trump has played golf 24 out of his first 99 days. That is a quarter of the days. So you are funding a bill that does not give any money for natural disasters, that does not repay towns, cities, states for the tremendous amount of money that they have paid out for our immigration system to operate? Nope. And that's red districts too. But we are going to make sure Donald Trump can play golf, because that's where our $300 million of FEMA money should go to. Let's talk about.
By the way, wasn't there a story last week where, which state was it? And she reached out to him because they needed FEMA money, and
because they had the floods.
okay, thank you.
Remember, it was Arkansas or
One of them red states.
one of them. Yeah.
I think it's Arkansas. What's the name? Huckabee, previous White House correspondent. I think she's, I don't know, some elected representative there. So they did have flooding, and they reached out to the federal government for aid, and there was none. Yeah.
Said no. He told her no. No. Sure.
But I don't. So I'm not sure what did she reach out for? What she already knew. But, I mean, that's what they voted for.
I have to go look up at the story. I'm gonna have to look it up. But yeah.
Because her state was underwater.
Sarah Huckabee is her name. Yeah, I think it was Arkansas. Is she the governor? I think she's the governor of Arkansas now. But yeah,
hurricane season is coming. I can only pray that
You had slipped away when I said earlier, my side of town is currently under tornado watch.
Houston, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina. I just pray. And then, of course, you can't ignore the East Coast, right? Because hurricanes come across and turn and go up the coast, New York, New Jersey, so on and so forth. I mean, we can only pray that we will be spared. Because nobody are gonna get no money. Nobody. Nobody talk about FEMA what? Not that we. Insurance companies are taking money, locking up shop. People are left holding the bags. Literally. I don't know.
Japan's finance minister Katsunobu Kato had a powerful message for the United States. If you treat us in Japan with disrespect over these tariff negotiations, we could use the nuclear option. We have the largest holdings of U.S. treasuries in the world, totaling over $1 trillion. You treat us with disrespect, Donald, we will dump those and we can crash the United States markets. So don't test us. Don't treat us with disrespect. Don't dishonor us. And Japan has objected to the way the United States has presented these trade proposals. Japan's
Can I ask a genuine question? Because I really don't know. I've lived in this country, been in this country since 1970 something, back and forth. I really don't know. I'm gonna be very honest. What does the U.S. own?
Repeat what you just said.
They're from 1970 something, back and forth between us and Jamaica. And to this day, I don't know. What does the U.S. own? Because we owe everybody.
Let me
the same question I want to ask. What do we have control over? Because everybody else has control over our purse strings. But yet we come in like some people where Ja me come to you and me say, Ja, lend me $1,000. I take up the $1,000, I lend me the $1,000, and then me start talk bad about you and go on the most and more want to fight you and everything, but pay you back. And then me leave you and me go to Dr. Shana, me borrow another $1,000 right there, so. And me do the same thing. So me owe Cayman Islands, look at Cayman. Look at Cayman Islands. I owe the Cayman Islands. I owe China. I owe Japan. Who else me owe? Who else do I owe?
So Google University says United States own territory.
What territory? What territory? Huh? So the United States owes money to several countries that hold a significant portion of its national debt. The top foreign U.S. holders of U.S. debt are Japan, China, and the United Kingdom. Japan, as of April 2024, holds the most U.S. debt at $1.1 trillion, followed by China at $749 billion, the United Kingdom, Luxembourg, and Canada, that he wants to annex, also holds substantial amounts of U.S. debt. Countries like Ireland and Switzerland also hold U.S. debt in the forms of treasury securities.
All we're going to be able to give them when they come and ask for it is the territories, the 50 states.
We owe the Cayman Islands $285.3 billion.
But all these nations are stealing from the United States. I wonder how they did that.
Are still what?
They're stealing from the United States. I wonder how they did that.
I don't know. Because hold on for the people who don't want to let go the debt. Who will not just say to them, it's forgiven. That's why I'm stealing from us.
all the money Black Cap made in the past, how many days could have paid off some of that debt too?
Do you know that following the United States, Russell, okay, hold on a second, this can't right. But them say we owe Brazil money too. This can't right. This cannot be right. No, sir. Ain't that wrong. But right now, let us focus on Japan, China, the United Kingdom, Luxembourg, Canada, the Cayman Islands. France owns some of the US debt. Ireland, $253.4 billion. Brazil, $214 billion. How about the backside? So why everybody run come America think yes is the greatest place to be? Eh? Necessarily all away idiot. We come to the wrong country. We need to go check out France. No, we're not going to France. Screw that. Ireland, Brazil, Cayman Islands, Luxembourg, Canada, UK, China, Japan. That's where it is at. We picked the wrong country. So all of you Jamaicans who down there and line up every day at embassy, all of you Jamaican when they turn down 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 times and you still give the US embassy no money. Go back to the drawing board. Yeah, so I know it. Boy, I can't wait for reach a foreign for bust for like a big kid matey kite. You know, go bust for yes. In a pile of shaving cream. Nice and clean. Shave every day and you'll always be clean. Try Canada. Try Luxembourg. Try the United Kingdom. Try China. Try Japan. The Cayman Islands. Because we have a lot, we owe a lot of money. So I don't know if you want to get caught up in the debt trap here. You're welcome, Alfie. 180 something countries in the world, and everybody is hell bent and focused on one, where them can't stand up 2 good pan and 2 foot. We're not on a good. So my question is to any administration, now or to come, what is the plan to reduce our debt? What is the plan? Because we can't big bad and braggadocious, but yet we owe people money. We need a plan to reduce the debt. And here's what I'm going to suggest. Let us start with the country that we owe the least amount of money to. Start there. And you see, when you finish paying them off, then you put that, you bungle that up. So let's just say we're going to start with Canada. Just throwing this out there. Because right now, Canada, 328, right? We pay off that 328. We take whatever we were going to be paying monthly or annually to Canada, and we bungle that up with what we pay to Luxembourg. And we hurry up and rid ourselves of Luxembourg at 373. Then we move on to the United Kingdom, and then we do China and then Japan. You see what I'm saying? Let's just try that. Because we can't have so much talk or so much money out the road. Everybody know our business. So can you imagine when the whole of them still gonna talk about we? Girl. You know, you must call me the other day. Called you too. What she want now? More money. More money? Then pay her back what they owe you. No, sir. You know, so they owe me money too? I lie. Then guess what? They all got borrow from UK too, you know? Call UK. Bring UK in panic call. And UK come in panic call. Girl, I heard US owe you some money. We've been trying to get our money. But not me alone. China too. China. Bring in China on the group chat, and China come in on the group chat and say, listen, man, and have the nerve to call us peasants when none of them over there not really worth 2 shillings. But guess what? They owe Japan too. They can't even tell the difference between us when they look at us. They don't know what Chinese and Japanese. But yeah, they have words for us. But yeah, get Japan for the group chat. And then Japan said, but little bit of Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands? The little speck in the ocean were not consequential. They're all Cayman Islands. Remember, what is not this? That's what I'm talking about.
But moments. So I typed into the university, right? Why can't the U.S. pay off its debt, right? So this is an AI overview, but it makes sense. The U.S. faces challenges in paying off its debt due to a persistent pattern of spending more than it collects in tax revenue. I don't even need to say anything else after that.
So then put them baskets where they can't reach it. Isn't that the typical, but isn't that how most people survive in America? Living above their means?
The people that have the money that can contribute to this tax revenue don't have to pay it.
Do they really have the money though? Or they have it on paper?
It's the little man that is, man, come on now. I don't even need to go any further. It's the little man that is contributing to the tax revenue, not the ones that are making billions and trillions of dollars, sending our manufacturing companies overseas to the people that are supposedly stealing it from us. I yield.
We need to get our act together. We need to get our act together. We need to reduce our debt. We need to learn to balance them books. Balance them books because they ain't looking too cute. And the sad reality to many people who do not live in the United States, who think it's a bed of roses, there's a thing called a credit card. That thing called a credit card. That's enough people are survive in debt, revolving debt. A credit card is a revolving line of credit. What does that mean? The bank says, okay, I'm going to lend you $2,000 or I'm going to lend you $5,000. You take that $5,000 and you need to be smart with that $5,000, right? Spend it wisely. Take that $5,000 and do something that will give you a return on your investment. Not take your $5,000 and gone per arm. Hold on, what is? They need to drag the slider to finish the puzzle. Them said, you don't understand this? Hold on 1 second. 1 second, folks, because they have, here we go. And position. All right. I had to do a puzzle for the live to continue. Hold on a second again, folks. All right, I have to do this puzzle to make the live continue. Right. So I give you, I'm the bank. I give you $5,000, for your walk in your pocket to make you feel like you have money. You don't have it for my money. Remember, silent millionaire. Remember, silent with my money. Me take the people their money because the people them coming in my bank and deposit their money. I ask if they hold their money for them. I promised them that I would hold on to their money for them. But me look at it and say, boy, I can't make money off of the people their money, So here I'm going to do. I'm going to lend it out to Javette. I'm going to lend it out to Dr. Sharon. Right? And me tell them, say, listen, man, I lend the people their money, but me go charge you the interest on it, you have to pay me back, right? Okay. You take the $5,000 and book trip about your Ghana, Dubai. Ghana, Dubai, you're going to get a return on your investment when you go to Dubai, unless you're going to Dubai to become a porta potty. But are you getting a return on your investment when you go to Dubai? No, you are live big life. I'm going to put it on social media. Say, yeah, live the biggest life ever. But you owe this money. They're not that the US though. Borrow the money. Take it, do what enough to do with it. And can't pay back the money. They not saw it, look. What James said? James said we are a third world country with a Gucci belt on it. Well, the Gucci belt don't pop off. I know Gucci anymore is Poochie. What are we going to do? I would like the current administration and future administrations to let me know what is the POA to do to reduce the debt. What's the plan? But just said it. We need people to pay their fair share of taxes. I said this, was it earlier this year, Jack? I said 10% is 10%. Everybody just pay one flat fee. Whether you make $1 million, you make $100, 10% is 10%. Let's keep it moving. Them all these different variances and we don't have time for that. I confuse the thing. 10% and let's keep it moving. Everybody pay 10%. So me make $1,000, me pay me $100. You make $1 million, you pay your $100,000, and let's keep it moving. Or everybody, if you make $1 billion, you pay how much? 10% $1 billion. How much that, John? You can't do no math. No, me stop.
If you make $1 million, you're in that
100 million,
100 million or a million.
whatever.
So 30, you're in that 33 and a third percentile. So you're paying about 400,000 in taxes.
So then that's 600,000 less than if we would use Moments as formula.
Just make it easy right now. Some people, how is it on earth? How on earth somebody can make $200 and something billion and don't pay no taxes, Jack? Is that fair? But the man who make $35,000 is told that he owe money, can never pay enough in taxes. Is that fair, John?
Not at all. But that's how America became great. I'm taking my lunch break, so I'm relaxing. I'm away from the computer.
And it's time for me to walk away now because it is the top of the hour, but I have this last one. And you all heard about this one. We started the show with this morning, but for those who didn't hear this one, Trump's plan for movie tariffs leads to global confusion. And this article courtesy of NPR. Let's take a listen.
President Trump announced he wants to impose a 100% tariff on movies produced outside of the U.S. NPR's Mandalee Del Barco reports the film and TV industry has some questions about how that would work.
On his social media platform Truth Social Sunday night, President Trump declared that America's movie industry is, quote, dying a very fast death. He said Hollywood is being devastated by other nations that draw filmmakers and studios away from the U.S. with incentives. He called their efforts a national security threat. Here's what he shared with the reporters outside of Air Force One in audio from the Associated Press.
If they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, and we should have a tariff on movies that come in. And not only that, governments are actually giving big money. I mean, they're supporting them financially.
Many American films and TV shows are produced entirely or partially around the world. For example, the upcoming Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning was shot on a Norwegian archipelago and other locales.
Smart people on every side are close to panicking.
Countries like Canada, the UK, and Australia have long offered productions generous tax incentives, rebates, grants, and new sound stages to work in. Trump gave no details about how the movie tariffs would work and who would pay.
We have so many questions.
Stephen Jaworski is vice president of production with A&E Studios, headquartered in Los Angeles.
Production in the United States and specifically California is at a massive decline, but it's really hard to weigh in and understand exactly what a 100% tariff on foreign productions mean and how it would impact our industry.
Beyond Hollywood, other countries have also reacted with confusion to the headlines. The CEO of Screen Producers Australia wrote that the news will send shockwaves worldwide, and the head of the UK's Entertainment Industry Workers Union says the tariffs would deal a knockout blow to the country's film and TV production industry. President Trump told reporters that he also blames California's Governor Gavin Newsom for allowing productions to leave the state. But Newsom's office said in a statement that the governor has been working to more than double the amount of tax incentives his state offers productions to shoot and film in California. A spokesperson said the governor will review a more detailed proposal if the president has one. And today, Trump said he plans to meet with members of the film industry to make sure they're happy with his plan. Mandalee Del Barco, NPR News, Los Angeles.
So you want to charge me 100% on increase in the cost to watch my Nollywood film, excuse me, my South African films, my Kenyan films. I beg. Where are my ancestors? One of them, wake up. I don't know about Africa, but I want to rise up. Just I claim the whole continent right here now. I want to rise up. You want to punish me? Hey. Then soon, tariff music. What is the music going to be next? Is the music going to be next?
Yeah, the music videos.
You know what happened to Hollywood? I gotta tell you what happened to Hollywood. Me too. That's what happened to Hollywood. Me too. When the truth, the dark, sad truth about Hollywood came out, about the atrocities in Hollywood. And then everybody started talking, not just about the advantage that was being taken of people over there in Hollywood. You know, the truth came out. A lot of other things came out. And that made people say, I don't want no parts of that. The taking advantage of people with aspirations to be on the silver screen. People not getting their royalties, and so we know the whole story. So don't blame it on other countries. Hollywood self-inflicted. Hollywood self-inflicted. It was a matter of time.
You can only blame it on yourself. You can't blame anything that's happening on anyone else except for the United States. Because you came up with this formula in order to be able to have 1% of the nation make X amount of dollars, or 1% of the nation supposedly control everyone else. You can't blame everyone else for this. And every time he opens his mouth, he make it seem like it's such a dire emergency because everyone is taking advantage of us. The same us that put him in the business that he was in. Oh yeah, but I forgot. You know, his family only gave him a couple of $1 million, you know. So yeah.
You sound like you're hating on him.
I don't put my life up against nobody.
Jesus, have mercy. Don't hate him.
I don't try to keep up with nobody Joneses. I live my own life.
All right, what is TikTok going on with Jack? Hold on a second. Every minute, them give me one puzzle fiddle to keep the life going. Don't worry, TikTok. I'll be off in less than 10 minutes. Don't worry. By 3:15, I'm gone.
Someone a little while ago had requested to come up, but they had one of those banners.
Mr. Them, I'm ignore it.
So it's probably that person.
Mr. Them, I'm ignore it. I mean, I said this on somebody's live the other day. You curate the space that you want. And if certain things don't look right to me, I'm not gonna let it up. And I think we all do that. You know what you want in your space. If you want to come in, probably have a different we call it what profile pic or something. This space is a safe space. We don't want no foolishness in this space. No, we don't have time for the foolishness. There are too many other spaces that one can go to with that. I saw it to John. I ignored it.
No, I understand. It's probably because of that. And we're not saying that we don't accept people that come in and has another mindset or, viewpoint.
Right. We welcome it, but certain things can, the Bible said, discernment, that gift of discernment that we all are blessed with. Follow your mind is another way of saying it. Follow your mind. If your spirit tell you don't do something, don't do it. I just saw it. I don't know if it's the African in us, John. Yeah, if your spirit said don't move.
Yes.
You know, so we season we meet, we use our spirit or the spirits to guide us. That's how it go. That is what has saved us many a time. When our mother said me dream last night, you know, and you better turn your ass go inside and go sit down. Where you are
And I
going?
have so much salt in the season, it take your spirit away because of the hypertension and the aneurysm that come with the high blood pressure. Meh. Okay.
Them attack to the wrong spirit.
Yeah, bad spirit.
Oh, by the way, folks, just a heads up. 35% down on imports. Yeah, that's where we are because of the stupid tariff there. So it's like y'all know that's news coming out of the ports of LA. So, you know, not to worry though, we'll be all right. We'll be okay. I mean, nothing lasts forever, you know. Nothing lasts forever. Okay, so in ABC, just gonna play this clip and then we're gonna bounce out. Hold on, let me turn this up. Hold on 1 second. Let me turn this up.
To discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes, free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, you know, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. We have done that in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well, that the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO, and that will be part of it.
And they have.
So Carney told him Canada is not for sale. Point blank. So in other words, put that issue to rest.
Moments. It's so obnoxious. It's just so obnoxious and it just flies in. I mean, this is the person who would grab them by the you know what. That's that whole attitude. That's that mentality. That's the mentality of a rapist, right? You're going to take what you want because you want it. That's not diplomacy. That's not presidential.
It's American. Sad but true. I mean, Canada, which Canadian gonna say, okay, we want to pay for healthcare. Hey, we want to pay for education. Hey, I don't think any Canadian is gonna give up their benefits and privileges. None whatsoever. What lower taxes? What lower taxes are Canadians going to get? Are we getting the lower taxes? No, please tell me. Because if we're getting lower taxes, I only know how to get it and not tell me how to get it. Well, shame on y'all and our friends. Y'all are not friends.
First of all, Trump giving them a 6 for a 9. He's trying to give them a 6 for a 9. Canadians not stupid. And then he's trying to sell a product that is American, that is, America is not the superpower that it used to be. There are other places, listen, Americans are leaving America. You understand? Those who can are relocating to New Zealand and other places, Australia. America is not like, the American dream was just that, a dream, and sometimes a nightmare for some.
So the dream is over. It's all over. And the words of Japan, it's all over, just like that. Okay.
Play that. Oh, good. I need to hear Buju voice right now. Right.
Gargamel.
I love me some Gargamel. Oh yeah.
What you know about the Gargamel?
What do you mean why nobody got me? Me got me go way back, you know. Watch yourself. I know people who know people. You forget. Yeah, you know, I just keep things low key, but don't count me out. Yeah, if you watch, good and proper. I'll be sure to give you a show.
Lord have mercy. What did I do? What did I just get into? Why don't move for something? Why don't move me things? Don't move on me things. But folks, yeah, watch your internet, watch your now. See the people them? You see the people them? People them are playing with me. The people them is playing with me. Why am I doing this with my thing? I have my things. I have my things. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Hold on there. Oh, I should play this one. I'm gonna play this one instead because if I play with me, I have my things.
And your YouTube first.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, John. YouTube. I keep forgetting that I have to. Oh, by the way, let me read this chat. Read this comment real quick. Movies are made from AT. Movies are made in different locations to give the viewers a different scenery. No one wants to see California in every movie. Exactly. We have 2 new movie studios being built in Vegas. 50 Cent is building in Shreveport. Atlanta is already locked. Then there's Florida. But here's the problem with that AT. Who owns the one in Atlanta? Who owns the one in Shreveport? That's a problem. It's not looking how they want it to look in terms of ownership. You know? I saw it said. All right. I want to say thank you, YouTube Live. I appreciate each and every one of you, AT, Mad Libran, and everybody else that came through. Thank you so much for supporting. And thank you to our new subscriber. Not sure who you are, but thank you so much. Thank you for supporting Coffee Until World News on the Go. We will be back with you tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. See, I did good today. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.